There's the awkward silence before we begin.
Ready to go? Okay. I need to apologize for being late. I thought my meeting was at 5 and they told me it was at 4 when I was driving down the hill. So here we are, calling this meeting to order, and I'm gonna ask Supervisor Wern to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Supervisor. Okay, we'll move into our next item of business, call to the public. Anyone out there want to address board?
This is Austin Adams, HR Director, Deputy County Administrator. I just wanted to let you guys know we're currently working on a update of the county policies. As you guys may be aware or may not be aware, some of these policies date back to '91. So we're just going through and kind of giving them a refresh, fixing some of the clunky issues on it. I may have some questions as it comes a little bit sooner on some of our leave policies and how we word those and what that looks like. But so expect that to be coming in the near future. So.
Okay,
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
thank you, Austin. Anyone else? There are none.
One gentleman left.
Sheriff Ellison, floor is yours.
Missed it by that much.
Chair and board. Eric Ellison, Greeley County Sheriff. I just wanted to kind of give you information on what's going on in our county with the OHVs. This last weekend was Memorial Day. We had in the Frisco, they counted 250 vehicles. Our patrols went through there, and you got to times that probably by 4 because each buggy probably has 4 people. So you're close to 1,000 people, and then Lower Eagle, they counted 80. So that's a lot of people on both sides. It's just becoming a place of destination for these off-road enthusiasts. And I'm just telling you so you understand what's going on in our community, and you kind of know. It's been all over Facebook, reckless driving, doing Brodies in the river itself. And the guys did report that they had good communications with the people. They educated them, gave them flyers on OHV safety. So it was a really good experience for the deputies and the citizens, I think, that on both sides. So that's just all I wanted to tell you about.
I can't ask you a question, but Derek, how do we, I'd love to get some more information on how our OHVs that we have purchased for the Sheriff's Department, how those worked and how they applied
How
to
they've been
controlling that.
I will get with the sheriff and ask him to provide that at our next meeting.
All right, thank you.
Well, one more thing that I have to say is the vehicles that we purchased were fantastic, and we wouldn't have been able to do what we did without them. The other thing is the legislation had come through with they called us maybe a week ago, 2 weeks ago, saying that they were going to try to put in legislation that each county would be provided with 2 positions for nothing but OHV patrol. I don't know if it's going to pass or not, but it's in the works. So just a little information there. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. All right, anybody else? There are none, we'll move into our next item of business, the Public Health Service District. The Board of Supervisors will convene as the Board of Directors of the Greeley County Public Health Service District and will reconvene as the Board of Supervisors following consideration of this following item, the consent agenda. I entertain for motion.
I move that we approve the consent agenda as listed.
I second that motion.
Motion has been made and second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have it, so ordered. We will now reconvene as the Board of Supervisors, and we will move into our next item of business, the Flood Control District. The Board of Supervisors will convene as the Board of Directors of the Greeley County Flood Control District and will reconvene as the Board of Supervisors following consideration of this next item, the consent agenda.
I move that we approve the consent agenda as listed.
I second that motion.
Motion has been made and second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have it, so ordered. We'll now move into our next item of business, we will reconvene as the Board of Supervisors and move into our next item of business. Matt Bollinger, Emergency Manager, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good afternoon. As you may know, the Apache Sitgraves group went into stage 1 fire restrictions on May 19th, so a week ago Tuesday. This was due to low humidity, high winds, and as we all know, minimal precipitation. We've been working with the 3 fire chiefs in the county, Morenci, Clifton, and Duncan, and we are all in hopes that you will consider initiating emergency fire restrictions in the unincorporated areas of Greenlee County.
Okay. If you gentlemen have any questions or concerns on that?
No, I think just comment that, you know, we better to be safe than sorry, and we are always trying to be in line with the Apache Sitgraves when they go into fire restrictions. You know, I was traveling through there just this last weekend, and man, it's dry, and you can see that not only drought but also bark beetle, especially up on the blue, is really bad. So I have fear for a fire season. But if we can help to suppress that early, I think that's the right thing to do.
I echo Supervisor Campbell's statement. I think it's time, and I would like to stay in alignment with Apache Sitgraves.
Okay, well, I entertain for motion.
I move that we initiate emergency fire restrictions within the unincorporated areas of Greenlee County to follow the Apache Sitgraves National Forest implemented Stage 1 fire restrictions implemented on May 19th, 2026.
Just parliamentary inquiry. Do we have to add as to when we want this to go into effect, to be in effect immediately? Or-
It would be cleanest to do so.
Okay,
So, do you
Effective
want me to start
immediately.
over or just add to the end?
add to the end.
To be effective immediately.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion has been made as second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I call for vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have it, so ordered.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay, we'll move into our next item of business. Eric Ellison, again, Sheriff, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chair, Board, Eric Ellison, Greenlee County Sheriff. This is just a action or discussion and action regarding the approval of the 2025 Operation Stone Garden Grant. That grant is $55,975 going towards overtime for deputies patrolling and looking for illegal immigration, drugs, and those types of crimes. And so that's just extra money for overtime for patrol for our county.
Why do they call it the 2025 grant when it's from April of 2020, or no, May 2026 through April of 27?
To be honest, I forgot all about this grant because we had applied for it and they put it all on hold, and everything on Stone Garden had been, I don't know why, but it's a government grant. They put it on hold for quite some time. And then they just awarded everybody in the state that had put in for it, and it just came in. So that's the only answer I can give you.
Okay.
So I was quite surprised that it popped up, but
Right.
you know, I'm not going to complain about it. That's it.
Yeah. All right, do we have any more comments?
No comments here, Mr. President.
Okay. I entertain for motion.
I move that we approve the fiscal year 2025 Operation Stone Garden Grant as presented.
I second that motion.
Motion has been made and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I call for vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you,
Ayes
Board.
have it, so ordered. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Appreciate it. Thanks for applying for it.
Yes, sir.
Keep them coming.
All right, our next item of business is Tony Hines, Public Works Facilities Fleet Manager. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Tony Hines, Public Works Manager. We're looking to purchase a mower for the fairgrounds area and all the parks, actually. And we're looking to purchase it from Bingham Equipment Company on the Sourcewell contract.
Okay. Do you gents have any questions or?
So that'll be able to service, the one mower will be able to service Verde Lee, Loma
The-
Linda area.
The Loma Linda Park, right now, we'll use the mower that we have in Duncan. It's a smaller mower, so it'll do the Bermuda grass that's in Loma Linda. The bigger mower will do the 3 fields that are in Fairgrounds.
So you'll be
We'll
able,
work on a second mower coming up at the next meeting.
so you'll be able to cover all the properties on a consistent basis then?
Correct, yes.
So which quote are we approving? There's 2, right?
The one for 26,475.36.
Okay. The ZD 1200 series.
Correct.
Kubota.
That's a diesel unit, and it's heavy enough to do what we need.
Okay. Not as big as the other one, I'm gonna guess.
Right.
Because the other one was 39.5.
Correct.
And if I might clarify, Mr. Chairman, because of the different quantity of grass we need to mow, we're looking at 2 mowers, so we can avoid having to take it back up and forth across the county. We got, on this one first, as we looked at what we had, we have an old mower. It's been used on rocks, which has created some problems, but we figured now's the time to get a new machine for north and for south. And then we can use the old mower for rocky areas where there's weeds we need to knock down. But we'll have a quality mower that we take care of. It'll last for years and years and years. And we anticipate that either on the next one, which is actually scheduled for next week, or the one after that, as soon as we can get quotes.
Okay. All right. Well, with all that's been said, I entertain for motion.
I move that we approve the purchase of a mower for the Public Works Department in the amount of $27,051.15.
Where did that go?
Or is that the right one I'm reading?
26,475.36.
Right.
26,475.36
From Bingham Equipment.
from Bingham Equipment.
I'll second that.
Motion has been made and second. Is there any further discussion? We clarified the price, so then I call for vote. I entertain a motion for vote. Oh, you already did it, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have it, so ordered.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hines.
You got me confused with your prices.
It's a good thing Ron's here.
Okay.
Sorry.
We'll move into our next item of business. Derek Rapier, County Administrator, the floor is yours.
I believe we have a request to speak on this one.
I do. Aaron Miller, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Erin Miller, Greenlee County Recorder. I would like to speak regarding Heap versus Galvin. While I understand this is just a presentation, is intended to be informational, I'd also like to clarify this issue that are involved is specifically for the Maricopa Recorder's Office and the Board of Supervisors, and not reflective on how our elections are conducted in Greenlee. Our office is committed to transparency, accuracy, and open communications. We welcome respectful discussion, and we are also available to answer any questions and address concerns regarding our local election processes.
Thank
You
you,
guys have any
Aaron.
questions for me?
Any questions?
I don't. but
I don't at this time.
Thank you, Aaron.
you.
Appreciate that. Okay, Derek, floor is yours.
I want to, first of all, reiterate what was just said. One of the things that is really nice in our elections community is that we do sit down and solve the problems. There have been some processes that have changed this election over the last cycle, but it's been a collaborative effort, and it really is. The problems that they're experiencing in Maricopa County do not happen here. And I think that's really important, and it sort of sets up the reason for this discussion. So Maricopa County has a bit of a history. At one point, they were the most stable elections department in the state. Helen Purcell was the recorder, and the board assigned the elections director to be her employee. They put all of the functions in the recorder's office. That went along pretty well for a while. Helen retired, and then there were different agreements made. So at the time that Helen, and I wish I could remember her name,
Ourselves.
Helen Purcell, I remember. It was her elections director that's escaped me at the moment. She looked like she should be serving cookies at grandmother's house.
Yeah, she was there forever.
She was, and both of them, they worked hand in glove for years. So what happened over time is they developed a composite IT system that handled all aspects of elections. As a recorder's changed, and then near the end of Helen's time, when her election director retired, the board hired an elections director named Scott Jarrett. He's still there, and they took some of those functions back. But the agreement underlying how they ran elections stayed more or less put. They would tweak it a little bit. The previous Maricopa County recorder, current to or just for Mr. Heap, Scott Richer, is it Scott? Stephen Richer. Stephen, started with an S. After he lost the election to Mr. Heap, he sat down with the board and they worked out another shared services agreement. They basically rewrote the contract between the two offices. When Mr. Heap took office, he backed out of that, which he could do, and they failed to reach an agreement on how they should go forward on that. It quickly devolved into a lot of rancor and contention between the parties. I don't think it helps much that they live in a county with all of the main news sources in the state. News smells blood in the water when there's a fight brewing in county government, and there was one brewing. And so that sort of played out in the media for a time, and eventually Mr. Heap sued the board over issues primarily centered on elections. And the lawsuit centered on who's responsible for which functions of elections. As near as I can tell, having visited briefly with our recorder and previous recorders and our elections director, those duties are kind of divided up 15 different ways. Each county approach is a little bit different. Based on the Helen Purcell model, a few years ago, Cochise County also decided to put their elections director underneath the recorder, and they got sued over that. And the court said, no, you can do that, and you can place that responsibility there. Part of that division of responsibility and how come it's different in every county reflects the nature of the county. Apache County, for example, does precinct-based voting, and they are literally from the Utah border clear down to Alpine. And so for them, it seemed to work best. Pinal County uses precinct-based voting. And the responsibility between the two functions, elections director and recorder, are divided accordingly. Greenlee County, many, many years ago, went to a vote center model. The equipment we use is different than other counties. Same brand, but we use a lot of touchscreen and site-based DS200s. They count the ballots as they go in. And so those division of responsibilities. Like I say, Bianca and our recorder, our election director and recorder, have negotiated some different ways of doing some of that. So that part of the lawsuit really has no interest to us, I would say. They work it out or don't work it out as they will. We're working it out. The part that the County Supervisors Association addressed last week in their meeting was there's some structure of county government issues that were secondary to the Maricopa County lawsuit, but I think have more lasting issues, and that's what the supervisors looked at as well. And they said we need to address the structure of county government, not particular to disputes about how you run an election, or how you run, assessor's office, or all the different functions that we do. And based on that, the County Supervisors Association voted to move ahead with preparing a friend of the court brief. So the Maricopa County case, Heap versus Galvin, has moved from the trial court, where Mr. Heap was largely successful. He won most of his claims. And a notice of appeal has already been filed by the Board of Supervisors to take it up to the Court of Appeals. And it was at that stage where we're at procedurally that the county supervisor said we would like to file an amicus brief to highlight some of these structure of government issues aside from the elections issues. In fact, I really think, and Chairman Gomez was there, but the mood in the room had nothing to do with the elections dispute. And so, given that, when this happens at County Supervisors Association, they don't have a law fund or a legal defense fund. When these issues come up, and they come up rarely, but they essentially go back to boards of supervisors and say, will you pony up some money to help cover this? And so in that regard, I wanted to alert you to the issue that was coming up. The request has not been made yet. I think it was left to the executive committee to decide how that cost would be divvied up. You could do it by population or split evenly or whatever. I don't think it'll be split evenly, but one never knows. But in any event, that's what I wanted to raise simply with you, is that the election issues, particularly those division of responsibilities issues, really have not, I mean, through several recorders and at least 2 elections directors, Bianca and Yvonne Pearson before her, we haven't had those issues. We've worked by and large hand in glove. The arrangements change from time to time with changes to the election procedures manual or whatever. But I could only echo what's been said earlier. We work very well together, and I think it's important that your constituents, our shared constituents, know that elections here run very smoothly. We went back the very first time. Yvonne never did a hand count. Bianca's first election, we got to do a hand count. And we were nervous about that. We'd never done one. By the time it was said and done, we were actually glad for the experience, because people just, Joes and Janes off the street came in, helped us verify the machines, and they came away with a better understanding of how elections work. And so for all the extra effort, we felt that it was a positive development. And how that was done and how the early ballots were selected and all that was something that was good for our community. And we ended up with, I think, 8 or 9 or 10 ambassadors out in the community saying, hey, I was there, we counted, it works. And I think that's very valuable. So that part, not an issue. But I wanted to alert you that the County Supervisors Association will likely be making arrangements to file a friend of the court brief on the other issues that were really not front and center in the underlying litigation. And so I wanted to alert you to that, let you know that at some point we will likely get a request for a funding. It'll be relatively small. I think the initial projected cost would be in the $15,000 range. But that's why this is on discussion information only, no decision. I just wanted to highlight it for you.
Our share or the total cost?
Total cost.
Total cost.
Total cost.
So if they split it evenly, $1,000.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if with, energy prices the way they are, maybe it's up to 20. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, the cost is relatively small. In fact, if the board is fine with that, it's within my spending authority. But this is a policy decision I didn't want to simply make in the dark without some, informing you of what the underlying currents are. So,
Okay,
That's good.
if you want to give direction, I'll take direction. If you don't want to give direction, we'll put it on a future agenda and let you know.
take it on from here. Yeah.
Are you comfortable with that? If the
Yes.
bill comes, that I simply
Yeah.
approve it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, good.
Okay. All right.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say something that we get to interact with other county supervisors across the state, and I find it extremely lucky where we live, and I have 100% confidence in our elections, from the election director and the recorder's office, 100% confidence, and I'm so glad that we don't live in these other counties where there's arguments all the time. And so thank you for what you guys do and keeping us honest and just making us feel confident that we don't have those issues. Thank you.
It's a fun thing to sit where I do and have Aaron come over, sometimes once, twice, a dozen times a week, sometimes not for a couple of weeks. Dusty will come over. I know Austin, Bianca in their office. And I don't know if that happens everywhere or not, but it happens here. And I think that's worth commending and commenting on. I think that's remarkable.
Teamwork, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right, so this was just for discussion, so thank you for that, Derek. We'll move into our next item of business. Derek Rapier, County Administrator. The floor is yours again.
I wish I had something to tell you. Now's the time of palm readers, snake oil salesmen, and tea leaf readers regarding the state budget.
We're not to the budget yet.
Oh,
Number 8.
well, let's back up. Let's have a little more cheery news before we get to
Yeah,
the
because I was
clouds.
like, that doesn't sound that confusing.
Okay.
I wasn't
Yeah.
gonna stop him.
Let's talk about critters that eat animals. So we have had a very, very long association with the USDA APHIS program, Animal Damage Control. Greeley County helped subsidize a position that essentially targets predators. It's not only for our cattle ranching community, although they're the chief benefactors. But we also work with them if there's a rabies outbreak. We also work with them. I know that they've tried to help with skunk infestations in people's homes and stuff. Basically, anytime you've got destructive animals causing damage to livestock, to property, to whatever, this individual helps control that. The individual who's working right now, who is an employee of the USDA, not us, lives in Alpine and works down from there. I believe he comes down as often as anybody calls down to the Duncan, York area, but certainly spends time where we have a lot of predator conflict in northern Greenlee County. The cost is only slightly up from last year. The services are the same. There's some reports, they've changed their reporting system, so it's not quite so accessible, but I attached some reports that they sent on to me. You recall Christopher Carrillo came and presented last year, same program. So we're not obligated to do this. This is something that the board has taken on. It's an annual cost that simply helps our constituents.
Okay.
I'll just chime in that, attending the, categories meetings and interacting with those folks, I mean, they are very appreciative of the work that this individual has done for them, especially those up on the blue, that have been impacted by the Mexican gray wolf. But yeah, we're a little different because in this county we have, Mexican gray wolf and it's causing some challenges. So they are very appreciative of the county for supporting this through the USDA. So just wanted to say that.
One of the things, the advantage of this is that this individual does have some authorities under USDA to specifically address Mexican gray wolves. For example, trap, and even in some cases, lethal take of wolves that have been problem that can't be relocated and fixed. And that's something that, if we just hired a contractor, they would not have.
Right. Yep.
Okay. Nothing else? I entertain for motion.
Well, I move that we approve the Greenlee County Cooperator Service Agreement with the USDA Animal Damage Control and the work and financial plan support the agreement.
I second that motion.
Motion has been made and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I call for vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have it, so ordered. Thank you, Derek. We'll move into our next item of business. Derek Rapier again.
Do you want to talk about the legislature?
I'll
pretty anxious a little bit ago.
I'll slow down, get behind myself again. So for several weeks, as you recall, 3 weeks ago, the House somewhat abruptly adjourned until June 1st. They sent all of their members home or wherever their members decided to go. Some of them went out of state to conferences, some of them went on vacation, whatever. The Senate followed 2 days later and also adjourned. They didn't put an end date on it. The Senate has reconvened twice since, and it's once was truly some housekeeping stuff, and then after the governor lifted her bill moratorium, they sent a few bills up to her, most of them fairly non-controversial stuff, and then they sent a budget bill up to her where she rejected it right out of hand. This is an annual dance that has become the norm the last 3 or 4 years. They end up in the same place, but they have to go through a lot of rancor to get there. This year was complicated. The number one difficult problem for the budget this year was conformity. And you'll recall that simply taking federal tax changes and conforming Arizona law to match it. What created the problem, well, there's several things. One, it became the sacrificial lamb for Republicans. They were going to fall on the sword over it. for several members who received district-specific allocations the last 2 years, this year their request was, we must have conformity. The governor came out very early on and said we shouldn't give more tax breaks to businesses, we should hit the middle class, and that was her very consistent messaging. And so the trouble is, she had directed the Department of Revenue, which is a department under her, to develop tax forms for last year that were due in April that incorporated full conformity. And so as people began to file, and as April 15th came and everybody filed, they filed Arizona full conformity to federal law, which was a bit of the cart before the horse, because Arizona is one of those states that does not conform automatically. They have to vote on it. But nevertheless, it happened. And so that train had left the station. So we get past April 15th, and then the discussion turned to, if we change the law, everybody's gonna have to file amended tax returns, which was kind of true, but for most individuals who take a standard deduction, which is the majority of individuals, they would not likely have had to change anything, other than maybe file to claim some, well, except that they would have all their tips and overtime free. The Republicans have dug in on that issue. The governor has dug in on a couple of other issues. As they have parted ways, leadership, I think last week, tail end of the week before, began to start talking seriously with the governor's office. Both sides have a problem. One, I get the sense that the governor does not want to go back and tell people, file amended returns and give us more money, not heading into an election. On the other hand, the Republicans have tried to get together on the House once or twice, and they didn't have enough members there. In other words, they couldn't have won the vote they wanted to have. They have this golden hour, this golden week, beginning June 1st, where they will have everybody there, and they can all vote on a budget. Once that week goes by, they're gonna start losing members. The Republicans, that's the biggest concern. And again, they may be going on vacation, they may be getting married, who knows what. And so the widely held rumor around the Capitol right now is that come the first week in June, they will have a budget. And I'm starting for the first time to hear positive overtones about that process. My suspicion is that they will likely strike a deal, absent some renegade individual who holds his or her vote for something. I think they'll likely have a deal by the first week in June. If that's the case, there's not much left. There's a lot of bills that didn't finish up. Some of those will be sent to the governor, non-controversial, or some ones that are sent up to the governor just so she'll veto them for political reasons. But I suspect if they do get it done in the first week of June, the legislature will be out of there by the 15th, give or take, which is always good. We always breathe a big sigh of relief when they quit legislating, and then we can sort out what they've done. I don't know if there's any big surprises. Greenlee County will be largely unaffected. There's a couple areas where we may be affected, which we'll cover in our budget work session. We can manage those changes if they came. But by and large, the biggest worry that we're hearing, especially from the CSA folks, is that in order to balance the budget, and I will tell you, it's a bit of a paper balance. They're using some old budget tricks they pulled out from a decade or 15 years ago. But one of them is 5% cuts across the board to all agencies. And at first you say, okay, great, they'll take their cuts out of their own flesh. Except that almost every one of those agencies has either monies or programs they roll down to counties and cities, and they could cut those without affecting their everyday to day. One of those areas, for example, is if you take a 5% cut to the courts, they could say, we're not gonna fund probation raises, and put that on counties. ADEQ runs a lot of programs that they could either increase their fees, which they already have, for example, on landfill fees, or they could pass on that 5% in other ways. And that's the biggest thing we're watching right now, is that if that becomes the budget structure, and I think it's going to be, we need to be vigilant watching of how does that either directly or indirectly flow its way down into county budgets. Some of those tend to hit disproportionately. The best example is how much Graham County pays in long-term care versus how much Greeley County pays. There's some reasons for that, but if there were a cut to funding on that, they'll take a much bigger hit than we would take. Conversely, you know, if they dug down into the bedrock of the budget and said, you know, Greenlee, we're gonna take your subsidy for elected officials or for out-of-county tuition, or what used to be lottery dollars, they could very easily swipe nearly $1 million out of our budget. And so those are the things that we worry about. Up to now, I've not seen an indication that that's going to happen, but we're watching. I would be lying to say I'm not happy that they are almost done. So, and certainly, you know, willing to field any questions on that. We'll talk, of course, our budget a great deal going forward.
Bless you.
Bless you. Only time will tell. Passing the floor to Bianca. Derek, are you done?
Yes, I'm done, unless you have questions.
You guys have any questions?
No, sir.
Concerns?
Nope.
Okay, Bianca, the floor is yours.
I'm going into June. I didn't have anything for the rest of the month unless the board had something to add to the calendar for the month of May. Our first board meeting will be on the 2nd, which will be next Tuesday. County managers on the 12th. Our second board meeting for June will be on the 16th. We'll be adopting the tentative budget. Our LNA test is on the 17th. Early voting starts on Wednesday, June 24th. That's all I have for June, unless the board has more to add. July 2nd, Thursday, our offices are closed in observance to 4th of July, Independence Day on the 4th. Our first board meeting for July will be the 14th, adopting a final budget that meeting. Then NACO conference, annual conference, starts on the 17th and goes to the 20th. Last day to vote early in person is on the 17th. Election day is July 21st, Tuesday. Our second board meeting for the month will be July 28th. That's all I have for July. August 3rd, Monday, will be our first board meeting. We'll set tax rates and canvass the primary election. Our second board meeting will be on the 18th, county managers on the 21st, and Siegel meeting on the 21st. That's all I have for August.
Okay. It's usually 3 months that you share with us, right? June, July, and August, so we're
Yeah,
good.
yes.
Okay. Any of you have anything to add to that calendar?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Not this time, no.
Okay. Thank you, Bianca. I guess we're done with item number 9. We'll move into our next item of business, item 10, consent agenda. I entertain for motion.
I move that we adopt the consent agenda as noted.
I'll second that.
Motion has been made and second. Is there any discussion on any of these items?
No, Mr.
Hearing
Chairman.
none, I call for vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have it, so ordered. Okay, we'll move into our next item of business, supervisor reports. Anybody have anything to report?
I don't have anything.
I don't have anything to report either, sir.
Well, I do. You know, as we fully aware that we hosted the Small County Forum this month, and it went quite well. Of course, there was not a lot of folks there because we had graduations and everything going on and stuff, but the folks that did show up, we had good dialogue about seems like everybody's working on budgets. And we talked about, projects going on in their counties. Derek, I passed the baton on to Derek, and he gave a little presentation and put on the screen, he put the fairgrounds on there, and everybody was like, wow. So that was a good thing. We had no legislators there. They didn't show up. Senator Gowan said he was gonna come, but he didn't show up. So anyway, that was a good small county dinner and meeting. And the next day was CSA. They kicked off the meeting with, and it wasn't actually on the agenda, but they had state land come in at 9 o'clock before our 10 o'clock meeting and give a presentation of what's going on with state land and how their lack of employees in that department, and they have a lot of applications going on. I knew the two individuals that gave the presentation because I've met with them with the past 4 applications that we have submitted through this county, and actually he came and greeted me and stuff, and so that was everything that went on with state land. It was most of the concerns that other counties had about state land department was how they could help them out with state land and all the dumping and stuff on state land in their counties that they don't have any control over and don't have funding to patrol and make those people, who's ever doing it, when caught, to clean up the place. You wanna add anything that went on there, Terry?
I would say, one of the things I observed, because obviously we sit back and sort of watch the room, is that Greenlee County's experience with state land, I think, has been more positive than many. We certainly have dumping issues in Greenlee County as well, but largely due to the efforts of Chairman Gomez and our engineer, we have established collectively, I'll take credit, even though it's Chairman Gomez, a very good working relationship with state land. And we know individuals there, and they know us, and we've gotten used to their rhythm, which is not fast, but we've gotten used to it and are working within it. And so that part of the presentation was very helpful, very insightful. Obviously, there was the usual reports on where the legislature was at and issues that may affect the counties. Talk about the initiatives that we, as supervisors, had voted a year ago at our legislative conference, and how those bills were faring. Some have made it, some didn't. And then, of course, the discussion on the Heap versus Galvin case. So, but it was both the evening meeting that we hosted and the CSA, very informative. Good to see what was going on around the state.
The state land representatives were Mr. Boyd and Mr. Perry, and like I said, Rita and I have met with those folks, and they made comments about the 4 existing applications that are in right now with state land in regards to proper state land purchases here in our county. One being at the 3-way, one being Modest Bluff, one being Verde Lee, Loma Linda, and the one that we just wrapped up was being the landfill. And I gave them praise on our relationship with them, because they've been very informative and very receptive to our applications. And actually, when their meeting ended, Mr. Perry came over and shook my hand and told me that if there's any problem with any of the applications we have ongoing, feel free to give me a call and I'll take care of it. So that was a good to just meet with them after that presentation and stuff. So anyway, that's my report, and I guess we're gonna take a break before we go into budget work session.
Would that work for you? Maybe 10, 15 minutes?
Okay?
Okay.
Good to me.
Works for me.
and just call it back into session whenever you're ready.
I call this meeting back into session.
Would you like me to begin, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. First of all, those who may be tuning in, you'll see that the board is consuming food that was left over from meals that were at other meetings. So this was not purchased for this, but rather saved the food from the dumpster at another gathering. So
I'm good at that.
with that being said, we have about 10 different items to talk about on our budget work session agenda. You'll see as we get into this couple of topics down, we're close to balanced. We need some direction on some fairly major things, and then and go from there. So I'm going to begin with a discussion about well, frankly, sheriffs and the legislature, problem children all the time. No, what we're going to start talking about is essentially, let me see if I can get this blown up on my own screen here. The sheriff has requests for several new positions. You're going to see as we go through this that much of the cost of those positions is covered by grants, not all of it. So what I've done here is set up what the current cost of a position is under the general fund, and this only analyzes the impact on the general fund. So the sheriff's office, more than any other office or department in the county, receives more grant money, and that's in keeping with a general consensus that we should support our law enforcement community, and so there's lots of money out there. Let's start at the top. We have a dedicated school resource officer, and make a quick modification here. As you move across the chart from left to right, you'll see the base wage under the new budget. So under the 2027, EREs for officers are a bit higher than for non-sworn officer personnel. Part of that has to do with the retirement system they're in. Part of that has to do with other costs associated with being a police officer. But once you factor in an almost 50% ERE rate, and then down here on the next line is Morenci Schools, and I believe this is a grant through the United Way. They receive money. They make a contribution of about $81,000 to the county to help subsidize this position. So this is a position that's already existing, the SRO for Morenci Schools. And so the remaining cost left over to the general fund is about $45,000 for that position. We anticipate in FY28 and possibly during FY27, this may become fully funded either through additional donations through United Way or a different grant that the sheriff is pursuing, both of which seem pretty stable going forward. And at any time, Sheriff, step in and help me cover this.
So the current position of Deputy Monteros would have been 100% paid for. However, it was in Tim Sumner's era, about 8 years ago, it was requested in the board. Salaries back then were a whole lot different than they are now. They moved so much exponentially higher now. So it wasn't able to fill the whole entire purchase. That's why the county's paying a little bit more than what it is currently. Once that grant is exhausted, we'll move, and the United Way says they will 100% pay the entire EREs all the way up. However, we don't know if we really want to go that route because we can use the United Way for other things, because there is another grant out there which before I walked in this meeting, Duncan Schools just got awarded their 100% grant. So we just got that one. And that's the same grant we would be asking for her, this grant. And it's used not just in Arizona, but throughout the whole nation. This government wants SROs in schools. And so this is a big push. It's been going on for years and decades. Greene County has never asked for it. And it's something that's proven and it's been sustainable. So that's kind of what Derek was trying to tell you.
So going forward, and I think for conservative budgeting sake, we look at FY '28 going forward, this dedicated SRO will be 100% covered. For FY '27, we're banking on about 2/3 of it, of the total cost being covered. The sheriff then approached us and said, well, if I freed up this money in the general fund, can I slot another deputy? And on his end, he's certainly done the work to try and help the Duncan schools, and they wanted a little bit different position, a school security officer as opposed to a school resource officer. And for purposes of the budgeting discussion, it doesn't matter to us. It makes a difference for the schools and what level of participation. But what we did here was take essentially a middle-of-the-road deputy, because we don't know who this person would be. That would cover hopefully a lateral or a new hire or someone with a couple of years' experience. We plugged in here a middle-of-the-road salary deputy, multiplied the EREs, and then I put in 80,000 here. Is that what we're expecting right now, or do you think it'll cover the total amount?
Cost for the Duncan?
Yes.
So that, it would actually be a non-sworn officer, so it won't have the more expensive EREs that we talked about before.
Okay.
So those EREs will be cheaper, and the salary was gonna start at, Austin said it at 51,000, and I think total was 80,000, correct? With the EREs. Right, and that one's 100% funded through that grant, from Duncan. So it was pretty good.
So my calculations come about 9,000, but Austin's the expert here. We believe it'll cover that position completely. The challenge with grant positions, some grants are extremely stable. There's one, it's called the Burns Grant. It's operated through the Arizona Criminal Justice Commission. It's been around for 35, 40 years, and it's very, very stable. Other grants come and go with administrations. One administration will say we need to beef up the police. Other will say we need to lower our financial funding for police, and grants follow that somewhat. So in our health department, for example, all of the employees know that if they are funded by a grant and the grant goes away, either their job duties will be consolidated or they may be let go. And in these types of positions, should the board choose to fill that position, then I think we would want to take a similar approach, that as long as this grant is stable, then the position remains. And I'll take, just for argument's sake, that we're at 0 there. But like I said, that's gonna be funded through the Duncan schools. Would it be also reimbursement, Eric, so that they would receive the money and then do it to the county?
I think that one's a front-loaded one.
I know, but would it come directly to us or go through Duncan schools?
Yeah, I think it comes, we would pay it, and Duncan School would get reimbursed for that.
Okay. So they get front-loaded, we get back-loaded. Okay. We can work out the specific details of that. It may be a few dollars. It looks like it would be probably less than 10,000 cost to the general fund, and perhaps 0. As we move on down, the sheriff has requested 2 administrative assistants, one on the sheriff's office side and one on the jail side. This is where, and Eric and I talked about this yesterday, we see the problem a little bit differently. And I'm gonna let Eric make his pitch, and then I'll express what our concerns are from the budgeting side. But go ahead, Eric, and explain why this is helpful and necessary.
Before he says anything, I have a question.
Oh, please.
Two administrative, how many do we have right now?
2.
Oh, we do have 2.
So this would be 2 in addition to the existing.
Oh, to make 4, okay, all right, okay, I missed that.
Some of us talk better as we move.
Did you finish all your ice cream? It's not melting, is
I
it?
did, I ate it all. So this is the thing. So the state of Arizona has put something called the lasso position on us. And I don't know if you're familiar with it, what this is, but Derek knows it, Austin knows it, Kim, our IT guy knows it. We had a meeting with Arizona. What it is it's over our CJIS system. That's our radio systems throughout the county. We are responsible for all radio systems with Clifton, county attorney, Spillman, anytime our computer systems. Now with that system, the state's mandating us that we have an in-house person or we're gonna lose our system. And guess what? We're not gonna run bad guys anymore. We're not gonna be able to access your driver's license or anybody's driver's license if we pull you over. That's, if we don't have that position, we're done. We're out of the water, we're done. They're gonna drop us. And we can't have that. So that position is being pushed on the sheriff's office. Now, that could come out of a grant, which is my Burns grant, which was originally, that was gonna be an overtime grant. I've talked to ACJC and they were willing to switch it to salary. So that would be paying somewhat of that grant. And I think we carry around 45,000. This year, we're gonna ask for 60,000 in it. And like, that's the grant he said that usually has been around 30, 40 years,
And Burns has been very stable.
very stable. So there you go, that's paying for some of the grant, but however, for us to maintain, we're probably close to about $1.8 million in grant that we've got since I've been in office. That's quite a bit of money coming to the county. And for me to manage it, it's extremely difficult. Yes, I have BOs, yes, I have detention officers and deputies that, yeah, I could dump a grant on it, but they're not qualified or trained, and they can't even keep their reports up on time. So that's one of my other requests in the budget. However, I don't want to dump something that is going to get us in trouble and be mismanaged, and then we fall in an audit like what we're going through now, and then lose a grant or have a bad mark on us. That's why I'm asking for the extra positions, because frankly, when we had this year was very hard on us, because one of our administrative assistants, her family, her mother and her father were sick most of the year. She was gone half the year. Work piled up. Nobody knew how to do her job at all. The jobs from the jail are vast different from the sheriff's office. It's two completely different jobs. One deals with inmates and paying food bills and medical bills and dentist bills, electricity bills, you name it. And the other one on the sheriff's does public information request, records keeping, redactions, process serving, the list goes on and on. So they're two vastly different jobs and they don't know how to do each other's jobs. There's no way. And we talk about cross-training one person between two, but now you threw in the lasso position. So now I have to, I can't, it's not even feasible to say one person can do both jobs. I just don't see it happening because these two jobs are vastly different already. Now you're gonna throw the lasso position in that's been mandated by the state for us to have, and I gotta pay through, and I'm trying to do this cheap by getting it through, trying to manage money correctly through grants, but I can't do it all. And I don't want to lose the progress that we've made. You know, we really worked hard to get these grants, and I just can't keep pushing grants on chief deputies and lieutenants, and all they do is sit at the desk and do grants all day when they should be managing their people. It's not what I hired them for, is to do grants. You know, so we wanted to have one of those positions be strictly grants and lasso, or we'll have lasso and jail, or it'll be grants and helping our secretary doing redactions and those things, but a dedicated finance administrative assistant for one for sure. That way our finances are always good, they're always clear. Renee's job is a lot easier to be organized. And so that's our position there. We work hard on these grants. We didn't try to get these grants just to supplement county budget. Yes, we're buying cars. You know, last year we bought 3 cars out of jail enhancement and 2 cars out of grant. We did 5 cars last year. This year, we know we're gonna get 2. We could probably get 2. We're looking at another one that's probably gonna give us 3, and additionally a 6th car that's gonna probably come to the county. So yes, we're working hard towards saving the county money, but I can't continue doing that if I don't have the resources to maintain it. You know, it's exhausting. It really is exhausting, and that's why we want those 2.
I have a comment, or is it just me? This was never discussed in the past before Eric came. Were we taking advantage of all the grants that were out there and everything?
For the last 2 terms, you may recall, Eric was writing most of the grants at the beginning of Sheriff Sumner's term. He was managing them as the undersheriff of the chief deputy, and when he left, most of those were abandoned.
I wrote every grant there.
Even grants that were nothing more than sending a piece of paper and they'll give you money. And the administration was fairly low. We just walked away the previous sheriff walked away from them.
To be honest, I think I'm just hitting just the edge of the grants. You know, I look at some of the other sheriffs; they're pulling like 28 grants, and they're bringing money in for their agencies. Look, guys, I'm trying. I'm learning here, but doing it by myself, with it being a small agency, they have big agencies. They have people that do it for them. I don't have that. I'm doing that myself, guys, and one guy for the jail, and it's taxing. And on top of all the other duties that we have. It's taxing. It really is. All this gray hair is because of all this grant money that's coming in.
Wait till you start losing it.
Could you find someone qualified, or would you train them for this grant type work? Or
Well,
would
I
you
mean,
have someone that's
We would hope that we could.
expertise in that?
We hope we could find somebody that has some expert. But I mean, training is going to be expected. I mean, we're going to have to train them on how to do it as well. But you know, it's the law enforcement world is there's a lot of money that is to support law enforcement. We don't get these grants to supplant county budget. I mean, you can't do that. We get these grants to further public safety, to make you safe in your home, to make your kids safe in their schools, to make you safe when you're at church, to protect you on the highway, to make you this community safe. That's why we're getting these grants. And that's the point of these grants, is for community public safety. And so that's why we're doing it.
And you said you've gotten one,
Probably close,
gained 1.8?
probably close to, that's a rough estimate,
Yeah.
since we've taken office, yeah. And we've been trying to maintain those every year. And we're getting, well, you just saw, we just got another one for 55,000, which we really didn't know we were gonna get. And another one for the school that's coming up that we thought we didn't get, and we got as soon as we walked in here. So, and these are just, like I said, we're gonna continue this, and we're gonna continue working. I just need the help to do it. You know, I can't do it by myself. I just can't.
Well, this all makes sense, you know, that's why I asked the question, because this was never under discussion, you know, during the budget process with what you're bringing to us right now, Sheriff. So, yeah,
Let me, I want to start out by saying it is so refreshing to see a problem differently than our sheriff does, and we still like each other. Let me give you the
You
bean.
made ice cream, Derek.
What's that?
Only because you made ice cream.
Go get another bowl while I talk. No, let me address it from sort of the bean counter's point of view. There's certainly a workload that is built up due to temporary circumstances that exist in the sheriff's office, and there's going to be a bubble of work to get that backlog behind. Redactions, public information requests. It's going to take some time to get that stuff done. To the issue of cross-training, even if we hire two new, there needs to be a high level of cross-training. Not that you can do the other job, but that we have the capacity to cover another job temporarily. We do it constantly. Every office in the county does that. Simply because we're so small that we don't have, as you point out, a dedicated department or individual to do just one task. Having said that, staff's recommendation is that we start with one and see how that goes, and then build into a second one. To be candid, when this spreadsheet started out this morning, that 139,000 was at about 375,000. And so literally one grant showed up as the meeting began. We've got some clarifications, for example, on this green line down here. That is 45,000. The sheriff is requesting an increase to 60,000. And he's already gotten permission to use it for salary as opposed to overtime. But again, there's still a $20,000 hit to the general fund on that. So our thought is that granted, there weren't the grants in the last 8 years, or during the last two terms. There were a lot of those grants in place prior to that, and so I'm reluctant to recommend to the board that we fund two positions till we find out if three can do it. The sheriff makes a compelling argument, and there certainly is. The workload is increasing. The lasso is something that was sort of, I know when we had it at the county attorney's office, we had to have a dedicated person, but it was 1/10 of their time. It just didn't take much. Obviously, the requirements have increased. So on that particular position, and Renee and Austin, if you disagree with me, let me know, but our thought was to start with one and see if that can get it done. But that's why we're in a budget work session, to get direction from you.
Right. And to be honest, with your point being the $60,000, so if I didn't get that and I didn't change that into overtime to salary, you could be paying that anyways. So, I mean, this is gonna pay for the second position, most of it. And that's my point. You wanna pay $20,000 to manage $108 million? And there's no math in that. To me, that's common sense. Pay the 20,000, that way you keep getting the 108. To me,
Well, I think
it just makes sense.
you're saying you're gonna get more than 108, but
You know, it's gonna,
potentially.
yes, eventually. We're just talking now. But it makes no sense for me to get grants and it just dumps into the general fund. It makes no sense, because I'm working all this extra to do it. And yes, it saves taxpayer dollars, I understand that, but it doesn't further the direction of the sheriff's office. It helps taxpayer dollars in the county budget, but it doesn't further the direction of the sheriff's office. And that's what the grant's intended to do, is further the sheriff's office. And that in itself protects the public. And that's what I'm after. I'm trying to protect all those people, like I said, you in your house, you in your church, you in your schools, and you out on the highway. I can do it much more efficiently if we go this route using the grants appropriately the way they're designed to do.
Well, it's like the saying goes, you gotta spend money to make money. That's basically what you're doing there, so I'm convinced. I'm in. I don't know about you guys.
Well, I'm in for the
Yeah.
two positions.
Right.
I mean, I think, just from, we've talked, and I'm collecting data as if I were to ask you which one is the most important, the sheriff's office or the jail, the administrative assistant, I'm gonna assume this sheriff's office, right?
For the deputy?
No, for the administrative assistant.
Oh, yes, the administrative assistants,
Yeah.
we need them. I mean, we need
If
them.
you had to choose one, which would be your most critical? That was the
Assistants?
question.
I need the assistants. I need the administrative assistants. I
In the
absolutely.
sheriff's office or the jail, which one is higher priority for you?
Sheriff's office.
Both.
Both,
I am not gonna answer it. I'm telling you, we need them both. Because you have the lasso position that's mandated by the state.
And is that in the sheriff's office?
That's in the sheriff's office,
right.
yeah. And actually, so for us to have the lasso, that for him to be able to access his ACGIS, he's not gonna
So
be
it
able
sounds
to.
like the sheriff's office administrative assistant is more important than the jail one.
But then we're not gonna be able to assist the jail in their activities.
So
Because-
it goes back to Derek's comment about, you were saying, Derek, that you wanna get one and then see how it works out and then get another one, but the sheriff is after both positions.
And what I'm doing is I'm paying for one of them.
Yeah,
You're not
yeah.
paying for all of it.
So really,
I'm paying for
really,
one.
we're getting a 2-for-1.
Yeah, I'm paying for more than half of one
You're-
already.
You're getting essentially two for, about one, paying one and a third, 1.5 for two positions.
And I personally feel that paying for two, the results are $1.8 million in grants that are coming into Greenlee County, wherever they're coming into. But there is a huge spike in the maintenance of those and, and the reporting and all that good kind of stuff, and trying to keep us out of trouble, keep us out of audits and that type of thing. So I am supportive of the two positions, one for the sheriff's office and one for the jail on the administrative assistant.
And that's what I was leaning towards too, when I made the comment that you gotta spend money to make money. But then I was thinking in the back of my head of what you mentioned, Derek, so I just wanted you to,
Well, and honestly, can we build this in? Yes, we can build it in. But the addition of positions is a conversation we traditionally have during the budget session, and leading up to adoption of a budget. It's a policy directive. The law says that all employees of the county will be hired at salaries approved by the board. There's some other wiggle room in here, in that we again selected a middle of the road wage. Let's say we bring in a bright young person that's, entry level, you save a few dollars on the base salary. The ERE level is lower on these, so that roughly $102,000, 101, could drop a bit. Like I say, I don't do the jobs. I'm not down there seeing what happens. My inclination is that we have some temporary situations that once they resolve, the capacity will be greater. But I cannot knock the sheriff. He has gone out for grants like we have not seen in more than a decade. And a lot of those are specialized. For example, if you do this particular task, you can charge overtime to it, like border-related grants, that kind of stuff. Some grants are targeted towards gang and drug activity. And so with that type of stuff, we have left some grant money in the account from year to year because either we didn't have the deputies to go do that extra work, or the deputies chose not to do that kind of extra work. But I don't think that changes the fact that Sheriff Ellison has brought in a lot more money, and grants do take maintenance. When I started as a county attorney, most of the grants were front-loaded. They would give you money and then you reported it. And if you messed them up, you had to pay money back. Well, apparently a lot of people are messing up because now many of the grants are back-loaded. You pay it, you do the report, you get reimbursed. I think you've got some of both.
Yeah, we have 3 that are front-loaded and probably 4 that are back-loaded.
Right. And on those backloaded grants, there's certainly the incentive to get the paperwork right, because if you get it wrong, you don't get the money back. And so, but certainly if the board's direction is to approve both positions, we'll figure out a way to fund it.
Well, also with what was said in regards to someone that might be, basically trained in something like this, or there's gonna be a lot of training involved. Does this get posted for anyone within the county already that might wanna bid into that position?
So I think we can do that.
Yeah. How they're hired would follow the normal process and let people inside, or,
Okay.
however the sheriff was, yeah. It's just the funding of it.
Okay,
Go
go ahead.
One of the things I think about this, I think, as Derek was talking about with some of these that are more grant funded, if it is the board's desire to go to 2 positions, I think it's one of those things to remember, if we have a drop off in grants, if that climate changes.
It does.
That we have an attrition way out or some way out, so it's not on forever, right? Cause that's always the scary part, right? It's fine today, we have money here, but 3 years from now, everything crashes and we're way overstaffed, that becomes a problem.
I got Richard Lunt right back here in the back of my head. Is it sustainable?
sustainable?
Is it sustainable? But I think we're in the reality of the situation that we're in now. We almost have to assume that it's going to be the reality for a while, right? For the foreseeable future, I think. And so as long as we have somebody that is going after, because we would have been in this same situation 8 years ago, but that wasn't a priority, right, for that administration, and that's their prerogative, right? But that is the direction of the new administration, and so I feel that yes, we have to have an off ramp, we have to have attrition, whatever that is, but we have to modify that. Maybe we have to modify that down the road, but right now in the situation that we're in, I think it makes total sense to move forward with both positions. But that's my opinion.
And as you just mentioned, attrition, we just have to keep an eye on that and see where this all goes. And by attrition, we don't hire one. Isn't there, is Bernie Munoz one of your?
Yes, that's
right?
correct. That's correct.
And she might be going.
You never know. Yeah, and that's a question that this man here can answer. She tells me she's gonna work here forever, but, so, I mean.
But when we watch the personalities
Just
out
like
of it-
her husband's gonna work there
Right.
When we
forever.
watch the personalities out of it and look at it as just a budget analysis,
Yeah.
if we keep the position in place, then it doesn't matter who's in the position, it matters that the position is funded.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
So,
If it
yeah,
continues to be getting funded.
that's a good point you made, you brought up, Austin, but yeah, I see that there are some folks that, you know, by attrition, we could probably
We all
resolve
hope to stop working someday.
it. Exactly, which will be mine soon.
Is going back to the previous sheriff where everything potentially on this graph would have became general fund expenses.
Exactly.
I
That's
agree
why
with- I
brought
agree
up the
completely with
comment.
that.
Can we afford that?
Yeah.
That's not a your problem.
No,
I'm not
no.
saying that.
No.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, hopefully we've shown that that isn't what we're
That's
doing.
not too
You know, and that's the whole point of these, and managing these grants, using them wisely where we need them. And we're not asking for grants that we can't really use. We're doing stuff that's gonna benefit this county. And we're gonna continue that route. And the more grants that come out, like, we're still educating ourselves on what's out there and what we can do to make this county better. It's working. And you can see that and thanks to that man there, is our housing incentive, we're fully staffed. You know, and that's been really good for the county. We're being able to patrol neighborhoods where we weren't being able to do it before. We got school resource officers where we weren't able to do it before. The progress we've made in a year and a half has been phenomenal. It really has. And I think we're gonna keep going up, and that's the goal. We gotta get moving in the right direction. We're gonna continue moving in the right direction, and that's why we're having this discussion.
I don't wanna stymie that growth, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
To save a couple pennies on.
With growth comes expectation, so
Well, with.
you're up for that, right?
With everything that has been said,
We'll
Derek,
build it
we'll, you got some homework to do.
Will, you got?
Put it
opinion?
together.
I didn't really hear
I'd
you.
like, with getting the money, you have to have administration to manage the money. I'm concerned that you, keep your reputation clean the way it is now. I think where it is now, your opportunities for grant money will do nothing but grow, but if we trip through it, I think we won't have that acceleration.
That's exactly right.
So I'm supportive of the two, but as we mentioned, remember that's responsibility too,
Right.
to keep us growing. And I see you growing with more grant money, but again, we always have to guard against the future downturn. But I agree with Supervisor Campbell. It doesn't appear to be the downturn now, and we have to make our decisions in the here and now, planning for the future. So,
What we do have a situation, and we already touched on it, is that, and you'll see I've separated this chart into ongoing expenses and one-time expenses. They become ongoing, they build into the base of our budget. Since we're all on the same page, that should in a future time grants dry up, we have to come back and address the question. The board at that time, whoever the three faces are sitting at the time may say, this is important to us, we're gonna keep the positions, and we may not. But I think there's only a little bit of value in looking 3, 4, 5, 10 years down the road and saying, what will we do then? The whole world may be, upside down by then. For now, we will find the budget capacity to put those two positions in, and we'll move forward on that. One thing I am certain of is that this sheriff will act in good faith to continue to not only obtain grants that make sense, but to maintain them and do them right. And so with that, I have no concern. If I might direct us down to this next one, and I'm gonna probably butcher the whole nature of this thing, and then Eric and Tyler are gonna clean it up. This would be a new position as a detention officer / liaison officer. As I understand it, this would be focused primarily on gang type activity and helping ferry information from our locality into DPS, gang information, not just who we're finding out on the street, but who's in the jail. It makes a little less sense here because our jail population relative to other jails is so small. To my knowledge, in the 30-plus years I've worked here, we've never had a gang problem within our jail.
Bless you.
And frankly, we've had only ephemeral, now and again, exposures to gangs. We really have never had a local gang. We had some kids about 20 years ago that thought they kept mixing African-American gangs and Latino gangs and just made up stuff. But that's that. And so with that, I think, Tyler, if you could address it. The 75%, as I understand it, is that if this is your base salary, EREs they will cover 75% of that cost, and the grant is already available to us. Is that right, Tyler?
Yes.
So the general fund cost would be about 20,500. Please.
First of all, I'd like to thank Sheriff Ellison for letting me out of the jail. It's nice to see everybody. I get out every now and then. So yes, you guys know that our custodial responsibility in this county is small, but it's not zero. This grant comes from the Gang and Immigration Intelligence Team Enforcement Mission through the Department of Public Safety. They have a very large GETM presence throughout the state. It's probably one of their most active, beyond patrol, but one of their most active units. They gather information for gangs, gang-related violence, gang-related crimes, human smuggling, anything that you could imagine that isn't just obvious and of face value. Lots. There's 15 counties in the state. I think there's 13 counties that currently utilize this program. So what DPS does is they fund 75% of a detention officer position, and that detention officer carries dual credentials for the county and for DPS, and they do just that. They work on gathering information, and it's not solely jail-based. They go out with patrol, work leads with patrol. I did this for a year in Graham, and it was probably one of the best experiences I had without actually being post-certified, because we got to do so much. We not only worked in the county, we worked outside the county. I went on several ride-alongs just in Phoenix alone with GETM, the DPS officers with GETM. But the neat thing is, I shouldn't say neat, but it is, when you're doing the job, is so much information can be gathered from the inmates inside the jail, because they've always got stuff going on, or they know somebody who's got something going on. And that's what I want this position for, is a dedicated person to be able to sit and listen to all those phone calls for hours and hours and hours, because our average daily population year to date is 21 inmates. Today's population, we were at 10 when I walked in this morning, and that can go either way. It just depends on how many get arrested overnight or over the next 2 days, and who we have today could be totally different from who we have this time next week. We get a lot of different personalities, come with a lot of different connections throughout the county. And again, it's not just jail-based. Patrol has a lot of interaction with human smuggling out on, when they're pulling over cars and things like that. That's information that this officer can be giving back to DPS. And the nice thing is DPS has a very large database where they keep all this information. The second part of it is that gives me another officer. You guys did me a huge favor last year when you let us split that lieutenant position into two jail supervisors. That has worked really well, but I will say, just like the sheriff was up here talking about our overall operation, we're very deficient. We could use a lot more than what we have right now. Talking about the administrative assistants, they're needed, and I thank you guys for giving that consideration. We could use this detention liaison officer 75% of the time. He can be doing DPS stuff, but the other 25% of the time I can use him for, we still need to get an inmate classification program going. That's required by constitutional constraints, and we haven't been able to do that. We have a constitutional responsibility to make sure that we're vetting inmates as they come in, so we know who's a predator, who's a prey, and keep everybody safe. We can use this officer for transports. Our transports have really picked up lately, and that's because of the constant inmates that we get in. We are making arrests. We're at 206 arrested inmates booked into jail year to date, that's more than we were at this time last year. So we're getting the arrests, we're having the responsibility for transporting to court, or going to other counties to pick them up, or to DOC, or take to DOC. We have work, and we can keep these people busy. We just need the bodies to be able to get the work done. There's a whole packet here with the responsibilities for the gang detention liaison officer, and like the sheriff has identified, there's other ways to try to build those positions into the budget rather than just relying on general funds. And this is one of the ways I've been able to find to do it for the jail specifically. So, any questions?
Any questions from you guys?
Well, the base wage is set at 52.7. Is that just a guess, or is that
That's the middle of the road again.
middle of the road? And then with EREs, it's 82, but 75% of that total is covered by that DPS grant.
And that's hourly and EREs.
75% of that.
That is, this is 25%, so this is your ERE
Okay,
cost,
so you're 25, so to the county, it'd be 20,560.
20,560. Mr. Chairman, if I might ask a question, we are fully staffed for the first time in a long time. Is this money that could be used to turn one of our current DOs into this function without creating a new position?
Technically, yes, but I really don't want to cannibalize the schedule that we have. For the first time since I've been here, we have a full staff, and people are able to take the time off that they need. And if we cannibalize one of those positions, that's going to leave a crew lopsided. So I'd rather use it to create a whole new position. And then additionally, that gives us some shift coverage if we need it.
The only discussion we've had on our side, on the staff side, is that there's a bit of mission creep and scope creep, not creep as in creepy. Just that at some point, you know, we've already got a department that is larger than it's been in probably ever. Our population and our crime profile hasn't changed much, and so we are adding on new services or features. The policy question is that something that we want to pay for? And that's, you know, that is going to be primarily, a lot of this information's gathered will feed into a statewide database. I don't know how much local value it will be. Will there be some? Probably. But I mean, that would be the concern. $20,000, like I say, if you start here and start working your way down, we got one more area to cover. We're at 139,000, 140,000. That will continue to be part of the base budget going forward, rising by 2, 3, or 4%, whatever it is, in future years for raises. And so that's simply a policy decision. Again, creating a new position, approving the position and the salary thereof. That's uniquely board decision. I don't know whether it provides a lot of extra value to us locally, but there you go.
How long has this grant been around, and have we always been awarded that grant? We just haven't taken advantage of it, or?
I don't know the age of this grant. Again, it's get 'em. It's been around a long time, and it's not going away anytime soon. DPS would love to give us this money and have it continue and continue and continue, because it's a resource that they've built for us. The other thing I failed to mention was my goal is to create an environment where people want to stay working in the jail, because it's not something that most people consider. And even when we get people, they're looking at patrol, but we do sometimes get people that make a career out of it, and that's awesome. I mean, I've been in it 17 years, and we've got other staff who've been there 20, 25 years. Something like this is a good ability to keep that longevity, in addition to doing the actual work. Like I said, the benefit of whoever fills this position is going to get a pretty neat experience and provide criminal justice information to the whole system. That's what it's for.
This is a tough one.
I just got one scene. I've been in law enforcement for 30 years, and to get in a position, it's been there since I've been there. And so it's been there for
do you know if the 75% climbs with the wage? So if a year from now, this person's making 55 with a 75%, still cover 75% of the whole thing? Inflators?
Yeah, there's ability to do that within the contract.
If you want to circle back to it, we can certainly do that too.
Yeah, I think we need to mark that one down, because I'm not 100% sold on it, just personally. I mean, I get it, but we're already adding 2 positions, you know what I mean? I'm like, all right, I was hard, set on that one, and I'm worried about a third in my head, even though 75% is covered by that grant. Anyway, I'd like to mull that one over, personally.
We will leave it on the chart and wait for further direction from the board on that.
I kinda, both the sheriff and Tyler over there mentioned that they're fully staffed, and that right there tells me that's great. The first time in a long, long time. And that's what's discouraging me from buying into it right now. And it's not to say that maybe after we sit down and have more discussion on it, or see what's coming in the near future, a change of mind. But I think I'm in the same boat that Ron is, and especially that we're fully staffed and that we're paying out that stipend to keep these people here. That's huge. That's huge. So I'm good with where we're at right now, but I think further discussion probably.
It's on my
How about you?
list.
So, since we're gonna give that one a little pause, I think that we skipped the patrol, or the new deputy position. It's not a new deputy position. It says that on there. Do you see where I'm at, Derek?
Right here?
We talked about it briefly, but we didn't really talk about it.
Well,
Because
essentially this is the one that'll be funded by the Duncan Resources?
No.
Oh, well, excuse
The
me
Duncan
then.
Resource Officer is completely different.
So this is a bad label then?
Yeah, that's kind of confused me there. So if you go back to that position there, that's Jason Monteros's position. He's the Morenci School Resource Officer position. So that position is being funded by a grant. So that basically, again, that's the grant's paying a county position, and we wouldn't. So what that's done is
Except for the 44,855. That's coming out of the general fund, right?
right, and this is all in there, I think, right? Anyways, so we've already paid for the position, but basically we're not filling that position because the grants created a position for school resource officer, and it's left me short one position on patrol. Does that make sense to you? Because we just put our patrol guy into a fully funded position, well, not almost fully funded position for the school resource officer. And what I wanted to,
Mostly.
and what I was trying to explain here, and I think we kind of got sideways on that, was that position, and I'm short a position on patrol. And what I wanted to do is just get it right back to where it was. And that way, that grant would completely pay for the school resource officer, and the county would go back to paying a regular position that I lost, basically, by switching it into the grant position. Does that make sense to you, or am I stumbling?
Is that grant position ongoing? Is it?
Yes.
The current one is United Way, so it's about an 80-20 cost share on a mid-price officer, right? We have Jason up there. Jason's not a mid-price officer. It's kind of what it is, but it was based off a mid-price officer budget, and it's about I think it's an 82 split, so 82% Branson pays, and then we cover the remainder. That's how.
And if the United Way grant goes away, so does that
So that's
school
all
resource.
but I believe Eric has another one after that drops off, another
Right.
grant.
And that,
Just got redone.
I don't know if you recall when I first started, when we said when that grant came out, it was back in the prior administration, almost 8 years ago. And that was gonna be fully funded then. But now, since times have changed, we're just exhausting that grant, and so it wasn't able to pay the position completely. So that's what we do. United Way has already told me they would always fund the school resource officer position. It wasn't a problem. But that was, again, do we want to go United Way, or do we want to go this other way? I mean, both of them are solid grants. And do we want to save United Way's money, or do we want to do the standard national school resource officer position? With that being said, going back to the deputy position, it says on here, new deputy patrol
I've changed
position.
up there.
Oh, you did?
So a new patrol deputy and then a Duncan SSO.
Right. So it's really not a new position. It's the position I had, but I lost it because I'm paying for it through a grant. But I lost a position because I'm trying to protect the school. But then I lost protection to the public. Again, you in your house, schools, churches, highways, whatever. I can't patrol those positions like I used to because I don't have that position anymore. Does that make sense?
So you're not fully manned then? Because you're let
Well,
go of
on the
that.
books I am, because we're paying from a grant, but technically, you're right, I wouldn't be. I'd be one short.
One short? Well, that's,
Well, don't listen to him, he understands.
Well, the question
I
is,
get a black.
is regardless of where the funding source is, do we add a full-time equivalent position whose job do to be patrol? Statewide, we've looked it up, Austin looked it up, and I've looked up, and we're either at or above the officer per capita standard throughout the state. As is, without, what we call it, new or replacement patrol deputy, however it goes.
per population, is that what you're talking about?
Population, yes. And does adding a new deputy provide extra protection? Arguably, yes. Does it increase our criminal interdiction activity? Maybe, maybe not. And we've talked with
I would say yes. I
the
mean,
sheriff.
it's a no-brainer. You got more boots on the ground, you're gonna have more criminal.
Well, and we've talked about this too. There's a thing that's very commonly known in the business world called the law of diminishing returns. You can add one more input in, but you don't get an equivalent output by simply adding more input. And is that the case here? I don't know. At some point in the near future, we've got to get on the same page about what constitutes an inmate and what the activity, and that's simply because we need to be talking about the same number. But again, this becomes a new position. It is mostly funded by way of the school resource officer grant, indirectly. But it is general fund money that we're not paying now that we would be paying if you grant the position.
So what it would be is getting us back to the
Standard.
head count that we
We
had
would've had.
before making a school resource officer,
That's absolutely correct.
right?
Because-
That's the way I understand it?
Yeah, it's absolutely correct, because the school resource officer cannot work the rotating shifts because he's stuck at the school. He cannot respond to
Oh,
Duncan to
he's not
domestics.
stuck. He
Those,
loves it there.
you get where I'm at.
He's
Do
got
you
a
underst-
parking space and everything. I
That's
parked in
definitely-
it yesterday.
That's why he's definitely stuck. But I think you understand what's going on. Exactly.
I think it helps to clarify, right, the sheriff's office traditionally has had 12 patrol deputies.
Yeah.
That's been pretty standard.
It's down to 11.
Now we have 11 because one's in the SRO.
Right.
Yeah.
This other position he's talking about with Duncan would be an additional position.
But that wouldn't be a
that's not-
patrol
That's
officer.
not patrol,
Patrol
that's just
officer.
security.
That's just a
Security.
security guard.
It's an SRO, right, it's just a security officer.
So that wouldn't take one of your patrolmen
That
out.
would- that's
But the
not-
school resource officer did take
Did.
that patrolman and put him as a school resource officer.
Until
Yeah.
the summertime, which it breaks, right, but that's pretty small when you think of how emergency
2 months.
scale runs.
Yeah.
Right, that's why that
This-
cost share is so little on us versus schools.
Right.
So when the initial IGA was for the SRO position, you guys are aware of it, you guys have seen it, but it was based on day counts. So how many days does the school utilize that officer versus how many days we use it?
Correct.
And that's why you have that 80.
One thing we didn't account was summer school.
Well, we didn't have
So-
summer school, and we also didn't account for workers' comp and other things.
Right.
We're figuring it out.
But again, but we're looking at a position as opposed to the circumstance. Do we insert another position into the general fund budget, regardless of who fills which role? And in some of these cases, some of these grants will interject money that creates, like we did with COVID money, it creates a general fund bubble that allows something else to be funded. Even if that money doesn't go directly to that individual, it creates the budget capacity to do it.
But last
So-
year, the general fund got a credit because of the fact that we didn't fill that position, and it was being funded by the United Way grant, right?
Correct.
So we general fund took a credit, you know what I mean? And then,
Yes.
In theory, yes.
Yeah.
okay,
In
well, I
theory.
like in theory.
Well, in theory, or I think
Yeah.
factually too, right?
Well,
It's factually.
We had light duty and we had people out.
Yeah, I mean,
But they still
Okay.
got credit.
but if you wash out the personalities and simply say to the position, yes, we had general fund budgeted for a position, and not long into the year, we knew that there would be some money coming in from an outside source to help cover the cost of one position. How that plays out individually is less important for budgeting purposes as it is for budget structure. And so yes, in that regard, we got some credit, money back into our, well, it was more accurately, a deputy we didn't fund that we had budgeted for.
Yeah.
And so that creates a bit of a budget vacancy savings for us. How it plays out on the ground will be different from individual to individual.
That's a
There's
long way to
thousands-
say I was right, but.
Yeah, no,
Absolutely right.
I'll make it short, you're right. But yeah, but it doesn't change the question
No,
of,
right.
do we want to add that to our general fund total here? Because again, this is the upper half, this becomes permanent funding. Where we were at 139 a few minutes ago, we're at 129. And those are budget questions that
129
are.
220.
229.
220, excuse me.
29.
Yeah, but those are budget questions that the board is specifically tasked with and uniquely able to do. It's a resource allocation question. So right now, when we get to the budget, we're about 214,000 in the black on our balance.
Budgeted for it.
We have a few more requests coming in from other departments that will bring us it'll bring us slightly below balance. Which means, to fund this, we've got to pull resources from someplace else. And that's what boards do, is say, you get this much and you get this much. And it's not always a priority, like we think more of this office than that office, but it is a balancing of resources.
So I'm a little confused though. If we were budgeted for that previous years for 12 officers, how does it go back up here if we were already budgeted for it and we're getting the grant on top of it? How did it add to it? I mean, that doesn't make
But,
sense.
well, in one way, money we did not spend will be spent now. So it was budgeted that way, but it wasn't actually spent because of the grant.
But we're still going from 12 to 11 because we're protecting the schools. So we're sacrificing a patrol officer to protect the schools and not getting that position back. Essentially is what you're saying.
That's a question that boards are suited to answer. But yes, you've said it correct. We've taken one resource and said it'll be dedicated to school protection, school, whatever they do. And
And the
then
school's paying
we'll protect the rest of the county with
Less.
11 deputies as opposed to 12.
And then the budget went down when it would have been that normally. It would have already been budgeted for
No.
the 11th or the 12th. Because if I would have hired him not as a school resource officer, I wouldn't have this discussion because I would have already had him as an employee. I wouldn't have to ask this discussion now because he would already been budgeted for that. We wouldn't be having this talk right now to have him in there because we were already budgeted for 12 positions, not 11.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, there's several ways to discuss it, but,
That's
I
just
mean, it doesn't change the fact that year over year, we'd increase our budget line item by about 90K from where it is today.
Hey, how's, as far as the, United Way grant that we currently are paying the SRO, right? And we're on the hook right now for $44,855, right? That's hitting our general fund.
We had some issues early on out on medical leave that we comped because we weren't providing service. So we'll get about half of that this year.
Okay. But at the end of the day,
We
if
could've put another officer there, there could have been a reason.
yeah, if all works the way it's supposed to, and they're not, 44 is what we're gonna pay next year, right? I mean, this coming year.
And it's only 1 year because after that goes to 100%.
Okay, that's what I wanted to ask. When does that transition to
27
100%?
does that, and then it goes to that other grant if we can pick that one up.
Probably at FY '28.
More than likely, 28.
And the only reason is because we have to exhaust the previous grant before
Right.
we can get there.
And that'll exhaust in 26, 27?
I mean, there's all kinds of things could happen.
27 school year.
Maybe Deputy Monteros retired tomorrow and then you got a cheaper officer because he's
Yeah.
higher paid. And then you don't pay much at all in there, right? It's just, I mean, those are all what ifs, right? But essentially, we're going down from 11, or from 12 to 11. we were already budgeted for 12.
Yeah, so if you put, instead of new patrol deputy, if you put replacement, I mean, that's the way I see it, that you're
Yeah.
really replacing one that you removed to make a school resource officer, so it's not really a new position, but
It's not a new position.
That's the point he was trying to make.
yeah, but I wanna, Austin,
You get a little bit of a buffer with time off, right? Because the school has more breaks. So there's a buffer where Eric may be able to utilize it for something during the summer or some of the other breaks. Now granted, when we look at the next IGA as we go forward, we'll probably look at some of the summer school options, because Eric's saying some of that he's around for there, to make sure our dates calculate right. So he'll get a portion, probably 15% to 20% of that officer's time that he can utilize towards regular officer duties.
Right.
Yeah.
And then that'll probably be on security as well as the SRO.
Spring break, summer, fall
those
break,
kind of things.
Yeah.
holiday.
And you do have to account for the time off, so you may not, that may not be a.
and with a,
Yeah, but we do charge them, we also charge for baseball games, football games, basketball games.
Yeah.
And that also gets charged throughout the grant as well. So some of that gets, in the long run, gets charged too anyways.
And most of them, I think, how he's currently with Morenci, how they're doing it, they kind of let him pick schedules. Say we need you on Friday, so he may come in late on Thursday to make up that time. So they're not paying overtime, right? Because that's what the school's looking, is they pay dollar for dollar his overtime if they work him.
And they love them. They absolutely love the program. They
I've
absolutely
heard
love it.
good things, so.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I see the sheriff's point where he's going from 12 to 11.
Yeah. And to
And
truthfully,
that puts a stress on the 11. Why don't you include it and then present it to us and see where we end up?
So to play the devil's advocate, because Eric loves it when I do that, it is a policy decision with his department to say, I'm going to provide this school a full-time officer, whereas before we never had that. The argument goes, do we need it? Do we not? And obviously the school says we want it, so we're willing to pay for some are obtaining grants to pay for all of it. But we will include it in for now and see how it shakes out, and we'll include it in the general fund.
and I think you just said it. I mean, basically, they want it, they're paying for it, and they are. And so I'm getting penalized for giving them an officer on patrol. I'm gonna suffer on patrol protecting neighborhoods because I've decided to protect the school that they're paying for. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. We could use that deputy position back for our.
Don't talk yourself out of it, Eric.
and
Don't
things-
talk
what's
yourself
that?
out of it. Don't talk yourself out of it. I think we're.
Maybe we'll find a Barney Fife. Maybe we'll find a Barney Fife out there somewhere.
But for now,
I get it.
now
I
it's
think
in.
we totally understand.
Yeah, no.
So
I-
at this
yeah,
point-
For now,
put
it's
it.
in.
Do
In.
it.
Unless
Yeah.
Mr. Warren wants to talk us all a different direction.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the next
I'm
one.
in.
Okay.
All right, so.
In.
So, I'm gonna put a light mark here to, remind me that this one is still for thought. This one's in, this one's in, this one's in. So the 89, the 80, and the 20, those will be budgeted in.
Okay.
The last one is a request, so the housing stipend runs about $9,000 per sworn officer. The chief deputy and the lieutenant do not receive it, primarily because they're part of the leadership and compensated differently. I can't remember where this originated, but nevertheless, there's a request to do that for them as well.
For your chief deputy and your,
Correct, right.
Why?
Well, it was mentioned by one of the board members that they should be compensated just like everybody else. I won't throw anybody under the bus. And so that was they're certified just like the other officers. And it's up to you guys, to be honest.
Yeah. I think about, because I think this housing stipend was a great
has
addition.
helped.
And I think it was
Big time.
a great thought that Freeport up the hill had, you know what I mean, to help to try to retain employees, that they were paying theirs. But those were being paid to employees and not managers. You know what I mean? So there may be there's different rules of paying employees versus management / supervision.
So what you look at is basically, you look at sergeants making the same salary as a lieutenant with a $10,000 housing incentive.
Yeah.
Or more. And then
Is that your longevity, your longer employees that are making the same?
correct, or more. And so essentially a sergeant or a Medina or a Monteros or a Buddy Price, they're making more with their 10,000 than a lieutenant is. And he doesn't get to work overtime, he's salary. And same thing with the chief deputy, their salary. And so then you have employees making more than management. And that's kind of what you're looking at here.
We've actually had this discussion over the years as well, as you take a senior officer who's in patrol, who may make more than a sergeant who with fewer years' experience. Those discrepancies will happen from time to time. Again, this is, in the overall budget, a fairly low ask, but it is a policy change that we've not done.
And I know that exists in the, private industry as well. I mean, there's people that don't go salary because they know that they can make a whole lot more being hourly because they get the overtime and stuff like that. And they more than likely, they make more than their boss does, you know what I mean? And you might remember that from HR days because that happens. So, I'm leaning towards no, but that's me. I think we've been extremely generous and understanding, and I don't think in this case, I don't think we want to change that policy to do that. But that's just me. I'm only one person.
Well, it's such a unique situation, and it was such a good thing that we did it when we did it. We probably wouldn't be fully staffed right now.
Yeah, I know.
And I've been in the situation that we're discussing right now. I'm in favor of honoring that.
So you got one on either side, Supervisor Warren.
Where you leaning, Will?
And we're in a work session, so, I mean, we can build something and have you have a look at it, but all we need at this point is direction.
I'm leaning with David Gomez.
Okay. I'm gonna light it blue, simply to, since we haven't concluded on it, but we'll leave it in for now.
Well, I think, honest to goodness, I think we're a democracy, and I think that, I mean, if two feel highly for it, then I think that we ought to include it.
Okay.
And I'm looking, I have faith in the sheriff. Sheriff's gonna get us more. I think these numbers are gonna be lower next year, but that's just, maybe I'm a cup half full guy.
I'm gonna tell you, we're not gonna ask for positions next year. We're gonna be good with positions.
I'm not gonna approve them next year.
Very good.
So one of the things.
This is your year.
When you look at budgets from a true bean counter's point of view, the sheriff's success makes it harder on us because we've always counted on some vacancy savings and we're not getting that out of him anymore.
I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult. I'm not really sure. You're doing a good job, but you're not.
I keep watching Renee just stare at us like, what the hell?
It's looking at the world through an accountant's eyes or a financier's eyes and a sheriff's office eyes. Yeah, so.
I think if, maybe I'm wrong too, but I think if, through attrition alone, if the grants go away, attrition will take care of itself pretty quick.
Right. Let's go to the next
How
one.
many, wait, yeah, that's a good question to ask. How many folks do you have that are riding the line there where they might be retiring?
So that's a good question. We have four.
So that right there is
There's the four
$280.
positions we
That's
just-
280,000 right there.
Yeah.
There's four.
Well, they don't go away. I mean,
No,
if
yeah.
when they left, you don't replace
We don't
them.
replace them.
Yeah, but the new
Yeah.
ones come in at half. I mean,
Or
They come in at
less.
maybe not half, but still.
Yeah, there's
Although,
four.
and I think a lot of your applicants are people who are out there would be laterals. They're people with some experience. Low-level laterals.
Low, like 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, I don't think you have any high-level laterals at all.
No.
Okay. All right, we'll build from there. Let me move to this bottom half of this. This is an area where I see tremendous, and these are one time, but these are tremendous proficiency accelerators. In other words, I think we get benefit for years to come. The first, rifles, I mean, we hope we never have to use them, but we are operating on some patched together weapons. This would get us fully outfitted with the rifles that we need. And it would be through a state contract there's small trade-in value, but not much. The next one is one we came across this at the trade show at the sheriff's, Western State Sheriff's Convention in Reno. We budget about $40,000 a year to buy bullets to practice shooting. This is a module that simulates the weapons involved, simulate the kick, they simulate the feel, they simulate the heft and the weight. And so you can run a deputy through a training, module, and it gives them real-time feedback.
And not just one, it's 150 different scenarios you can run them through. And you can add, and you can create your own. It's a pretty phenomenal thing. It also tells them the deficiencies that a range master can't say, like you're pulling the trigger wrong. It tells them their deficiencies. You're not holding your breath correctly. It'll tell them all their deficiencies and make them a better shooter at the same time.
So from my point of view, it's a one-time expense. You probably have to replace it or upgrade it at some point, but you'll get several years out of this. You save $40,000 year over year, and you get better trained officers. So this one struck me as a small investment for a big return. The next one, the rewrite of policies. Over and over and over again, when you see litigation that involves deputies, unless the deputy does something just clearly out of bounds, a lot of that turns on, do you have up-to-date policies, and are you living up to your policies? Are you training and holding people accountable to that policies? This would be provided by, as I understand it, Eric, the nation's leader in policy development for police agencies.
There was,
Expand on that.
what was the other one? Edward Amato, or the one you just mentioned. They're about the same price. And our policies are from 2013. The problem with that is we have changed and society has changed dramatically, and we're still at 2013 policy, and it's just not up to date. If we're going to be holding people to their standards, like you said, our policy has to match that standard. And I don't know, we did a rough number there. I believe it's cheaper than 20,000, but we kind of just did a rough number on that. So if that's what your question is, it was just, we're very outdated on it. And again, that's infrastructure, right? Our infrastructure's old, and we got to build it back up to where it needs to be.
Can I ask a question about the digital shooting range? I mean, I see the benefit. I mean, you're the cost savings of bullets, but what's the buy-in like of the staff, right? Because
They love it.
do they?
Absolutely, and that it's not
You
just
and the young guys?
everybody loves it, and I'll tell you why. Because for them to go to the range, we have to have a scheduled date, and we have to do it once a quarter, maybe. We're lucky if we do it every 6 months. We're lucky, and then sometimes we can only do it once a year. But this thing will be in the office in the new building that we're constructing. They can do it anytime on a lunch break, 15-minute break. They can do it every day, and it's not going to cost any money. And so they can go in there and practice. And in the system itself, they can compete with each other, and it racks up their score. So it's going to be challenging to them. And I'm like, I'm going to beat my partner, and they're going to go in there and they're going to challenge each other, and it's going to keep them being proficient. And
Unless,
so,
of course, the K-9 beats all of them.
you never know. So,
Is this
so
the system you saw in Reno, or?
it is, and the one you saw there too, I believe. You might have even used it. I don't know. But there was two systems. This is the cheaper of the two, but we think it had better value than the more expensive one, actually.
I wonder about the kind of the old school of just wanting to smell the gunpowder. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Well, nothing's going to take that place, and we're still going to have to qualify
Yeah.
with that. But this, in the meantime,
Yeah, it's great practice.
throughout. I mean, so if we have a range day, we might spend 1,500 rounds on a day, per person.
Yeah.
That's a lot of rounds to shoot. This may get them just as proficient, may not, but it's a gamble. We've never tried it.
Yeah.
A lot of agencies are using it, and they love it, right?
Yeah.
And it's just something we don't know.
I think it's
Like
great.
he says, it's a new frontier for us. We don't know.
Even environmentally, it's friendly.
Right, absolutely.
All
Yeah.
that lead you got to pick up. I
That's
mean,
right. Yeah.
heard of it.
EPA, no EPA nightmare.
We had to clean up a range once, wasn't cheap. As we move on down the AI report writing, this is something that agencies all over are moving towards. In short, it takes your body cam footage and writes a report for you. This is a more expensive system, but it does something that I personally find worth the extra price, and that is that the officer must review the report, it builds in on purpose some mistakes, so the officer can't just, oh yeah, I reviewed it. You've gotta find them, and then it produces the report that is officer checked. The biggest problem with AI is that people assume it's right, and it does all kinds of goofy things, AI does. This would help correct that, but as the sheriff pointed out, he didn't like it when I turned it against him, but it increases your officer proficiency, where it may take you 2 to 3 hours to write a report, you're turning out reports in 10 minutes. Or
It's actually
less.
3 seconds.
Well, but you gotta check it.
Yeah, you got to check it. And in what it's correct. It may say, look at the pink elephant in the middle of the report, and it makes them review their report. And before they can stamp it, it won't let them even stamp it to send it to their sergeant for review until they find all those mistakes. And
Can't wait to see the county attorney having to defend something like that. You didn't look at this report, it still says pink elephant. Throw out the
well,
case.
for example, we had a domestic dispute, and we had the deputy write his report. It took him 2.5 hours to write this report on this domestic dispute. It was a very involved domestic dispute. And then we said, well, let's try it. We had this free trial on this AI, Axion AI, and he simply plugged it in, and it spit it out within 3 seconds. And then I said, okay, let's look at which one do you think is better. And he reads his own report, and he reads this other report, and he just dumps his report in the trash because it was much more accurate. Because what it does is it gets the camera and it translates what the camera sees and what it hears, and it puts it on paper. And it's pretty dang accurate, you know. And then so
The other benefit is that where you have 12 deputies who are writing reports at 2.5, 3 hours, you know, that could take an
11.
entire shift or two to write some cases. They're back out on the street.
right.
So we tried to convince the sheriff that this kind of efficiency
Hey, quit talking, Derek.
eliminates the need for that deputy.
I knew you would lead me up to that.
He's a bean counter and a lawyer.
Yeah.
Thank you, I'll take those compliments.
I don't think you meant it as a compliment.
Any event, this is something, it is an investment. It's not a one-time, it's a yearly commitment, so it builds to the base of the budget. But it does make our officers more efficient and probably more accurate.
I think we try it. I mean,
We could always not pay it, so try it a year.
One of the things that we heard in a presentation about AI at the conference is that the sheriff, he was one of the first in the nation to embrace it. He says, if you don't think, especially your young deputies are using AI, you're naive. But they're using ChatGPT, they're using whatever they're using, and it doesn't have the safety controls to it. Moreover, it puts those reports out into the AI world. It becomes part of the learning, large language learning model. This is more discrete. So any event, it's one I felt really good about. The next one is Gray Key. It's a system that unlocks phones that are locked. So if you're looking for child pornography, you're looking for text messages between two criminals who are texting, and you don't have their passcode or whatever, this can break into many phones. I know that the county attorney and the sheriff together have used them. Our suspicion is that technology will always be a little bit ahead of it. So if you got a brand new phone, it may not do as well as an older phone. It's an ongoing commitment that you use, and that price probably goes up a little bit over time, but
Yeah, well, and I think it's a 3-year contract, Gary, that we had. For 3 years, it's going to be
It's
that
locked
much.
in.
It was 12,000 actually, not 15. It was 12,000. They honored that. If we were to go, it'd be 12,000. But we roughly put in there 15 just to be,
and it might be covered by one of the grants, is that?
And yes. So if you go down to this law enforcement equipment grant, and that one says not yet in place, that grant is anything, it's equipment. So we could technically pay for that, and maybe even the AI. I don't know. I just have to figure that out, and I don't want to tell you I'm going to do it because I don't know if it's going to happen, right? Or if they'll be granted that way, but it's possible.
But if it's able to be paid
Oh,
out of the
absolutely.
grant, then we would pay it out of the grant. right?
Absolutely.
I mean, I think that's a good partnership. I mean, that just me. If yes, you.
It's
could,
just-
you could get that grant and then go spend it on something else. You know what I mean? But
Exactly. It's just like buying cars, right? I'm buying cars for the county. I don't have to, but I am, and because it's responsible and it saves taxpayer. Like he's all save taxpayer dollars, and that's what we're doing. We're saving taxpayers dollars by paying for cars, you know, and saving the county. So, like I say, this year, my goal is to get 5 to 6 cars, not 3 cars like we did 5 cars last year. So we're gonna shoot for 6 this year. And,
And we'll move to that part. At this point, does anybody have any concerns about these 5 entries?
No.
No.
Okay. Supervisor Warren is always so quiet. So,
What about that ice cream?
I know.
well, I think as soon as we finish this section, we'll go do the ice cream. How's that?
I love your honesty.
So as Eric and I have been talking about this, our original proposal through Fleet was to budget in the general fund 3 cars, which would be consistent with our normal rotation, to try and replace old cars and so forth. To the sheriff's credit, he has already found money to help buy these things. And while that doesn't, because this is Fleet budget, general fund as opposed to sheriff's office, if he's able to obtain grants, that lowers our overall general fund spend. This is one time, so that grant, I think the sheriff's onto some grants that are probably pretty consistent. It's a little premature just yet, but he feels very confident about 2 of them, and one we're still waiting to hear, and that's the law enforcement equipment grant, Homeland Security.
The Homeland Security, yeah.
Yeah, the Get 'em grant is already in place, the local board is mostly in place. And-
We know we got the local border, it's in place, we just have to renew, it'll be, so we
Okay.
got $228,000 last year. We ended up buying 2 cars out of that grant. And we got 3 cars earlier and we used jail enhancement funds. So last year we did 5 cars. And then this year, like I say, if this comes to, and I know we'll get the local border support, because that's been 7 years going now. The Get 'em has been at least 30 years, like I said before. Law enforcement equipment grant, it was going good until 2019 and it just stalled. And so they've restarted that grant. The local border support just got $20 million added to it, so that's what will be coming up for the new grant application process. And so I don't see why we wouldn't get what we got before, if not more. And then the law enforcement equipment grant is the grant that, I'm actually on the chair on that grant. I'm the vice chair currently. And that one is roughly, it had $12.5 million in there. I think they spent maybe $3 million out of it. But they're still, they say they're gonna probably be about $10 million in there this year. So, approximately. So I foresee us getting, and that law enforcement equipment grant is for smaller counties and smaller agencies. So the larger Maricopa DPS shouldn't be getting into that grant. So we have a higher chance of getting a large amount of sum out of that one. The Homeland Security grant, that's maybe a 1 car. You know, that's, like I say, it's still working on that one.
So, what I think this does and it's a one-off, because we'll see what happens next year. I have a suspicion that there will be at least 1 or 2 cars every year out of grant funds, probably more. But we would then, instead of budgeting 300,000 for police cars, we would budget 100,000 in the general fund. And even that may be backloaded with some of these grants. In terms of managing it, these grant funds come in as special revenue funds. So if there's one not already existing, Renee would create a fund number for it, and that would be pre-funded, and then the car would be paid for out of that. It's shocking that a car now runs 100,000, but that's kind of what we're budgeting for by the time you get them upfitted and striped and so forth. So I think I think we will probably not budget for 3, we would budget for 1 and hope that we don't pay for any out of the general fund. It helps this year. It helps offset some of this, but only for a year. So,
Yeah, we're gonna keep getting them. Yeah,
and so, and I have to,
No, I think they're just saying cars.
the sheriff talks very confidently about getting grants, and at this point, I haven't seen any evidence that he can't. He's bringing home the bacon, so to speak, and so I think we go forward. I think the ability to obtain grants will have less to do with the sheriff and more to do with who the current federal administration is or who the state administration is, because those things go more on broad policy than they do on local ability. But law enforcement is a a popular function to fund.
Yeah. And with your statement there, I mean, it didn't matter if you're a Republican or Democrat.
Correct.
It has been, like, the local board, they've sustained it. You know, they've sustained it for 2 different governors already. So I don't know if a third would change it or not, but it's sustained. It has sustained.
But at least 2 of you have the PTSD that you will always hear Richard in your head saying, is it sustainable? With that, I mean, I feel like we've got direction. Do we need more, Renee or Austin, on this? It might be a good time before, because if that ice cream is melted, you can blame the sheriff.
He probably left it open, I mean.
I was wondering why it was hanging around.
That's why I ate at the beginning.
There you go. But I could use a restroom break, so if we want to take a quick break.
Okay, we'll take a break.
The next 2 or 3 will move much quicker.
All right.
Is there anybody watching
Now
us?
you guys are good to go.
All right, we're back in session.
20 people?
So there's an annual discussion that goes on about, I'm gonna use your name tags to illustrate this, or your name things. So every year, probation officers are employees of the state of Arizona, not us. They're a strange hybrid in that they have access to our health insurance, for example, and on our plan. We pay their withholding taxes, but by and large, the funding for that comes from the state of Arizona. So any year that we give a raise, so we give a raise, let's say 3% or 4%. Last year that ran us about $100,000 added to our budget. So the practice has always been that the following year, they will match that. So we don't get our 100,000 back, but we don't have to pay it the next year. But there's always a request for the next raise. So if it was 4% last year, that's 100,000. 4% this year is worth about 126,000. And so we're not paying this, but we start paying this. The third year, it stacks again. The current year, FY26, there is no guarantee that that's going to be backfilled. Going forward, there's no guarantee that it will be backfilled. So if they don't backfill it, we are on the hook for $100,000 every year going forward. And I say backfill, it's not truly a backfill, it's just covering it for the next year. If the board says, we gave you 4% last year, we didn't get any money from the state, and we add 4% this year, now our ongoing cost is not 100, but it's 226,000. For years and years, this was the way it was done. Probation, counties would fund it, probation would then build it into their next year's budget, and then the state would fund probation. About 3 years ago, Senator Gowan got upset. He says, why is probation and the county setting our state budget? He's not necessarily wrong on that. But it changed the dynamic such that there was no more automatic backfill for the next year. And so it's every year it's a risk.
Bless you.
2 years ago, actually 3 years ago now, when they had a $2 billion surplus and everybody got money to give away, they funded it. So it was backfilled for that year. But it was done during the budget process, not part of the regular law. The following year, which would have been 25, the governor funded it through COVID funds that she had left over. So that's about $10.5 million. And so our level that we gave in 2025 has been backfilled in 2026, so that we're still that step, but it got underfilled for the previous year. There is no guarantee right now that the money we're paying today will show up in next year's budget. Now, I visited with our chief probation officer several times about this. He's growing increasingly convinced that it will. The people at AOC, Arizona Office of the Courts, believe that there will, I don't know, there's something mystery. I don't know if they have insight to the budget, we don't, or if they've got funds within their department to cover it for a year. But it's a problem. This is one of those areas that's exacerbated by that conformity thing we talked about earlier. That took $450 million out of the state budget that can't be used anywhere else. Essentially, we're not going to collect that much taxes because of conformity. That puts at risk these types of fundings. So my concern is, and we have a little bit of time to make the decision, but if we preload probation 4% again, and we don't get any back-funded money, then we will be on the hook essentially for 8% increase over 2 years, and no way to recoup that. Graham County is taking a hard stand, which we have taken over the last 3 years as well, and that is we won't guarantee it until we know there's some backfill. Graham County this year, I believe Supervisor David told us at small counties that they're gonna take a hardline stance and say, we're not funding raises unless the state pays for it. The problem's made worse in that you've got some counties that have some probation officers that are completely county employees and some that are completely state employees, some that are half, some that are state employees, but the county's still covering some raises. It's a patchwork that's different in every one of the, 14. Maricopa County pays for their entire probation department on a deal that was made about 20 years ago in exchange for a different budget, they basically gave up something else. So, I think the risk is higher this year than it's been. For the last 2 budget years, there's been extra money, and they were basically divvying it up, and everybody had some money to give to their own districts. That's not the case this year. We're actually in a structural deficit, that they are using some budget gimmicks, budgeting tricks, if you will, to balance their budget. So I think the risk of not getting our current year backfilled or the following year backfilled is higher than it's been the last 3 or 4 years. This has been one of CSA's top priorities. They have made it a top priority. And so, but they also reported to us last week that they're not sure if this is in the budget or not. The governor's asked for it. For some legislators, that's enough reason to leave it out. But more among those who are negotiating, it's gonna be a question of, we've gotta find quarters in the couch cushions, and where do we find it? And they start looking at 10,000 and 50,000, I mean, $10 million, $50 million sweeps, or not funding that they wouldn't have looked at in prior years. With that, I wanted to put it on your radar. I don't know that we necessarily need to decide tonight. I think we wait, hopefully, until we hear more about the budget coming out and see if it's there. If it is, then it's the same risk we've taken. You know, we'll have last year's covered, and we'll just take the extra lump for a year. But again, this is one of those areas. Greenlee County, by comparison to any other probation department, is so small that AOC could simply shift some funds around and cover ours. We are also we get the most percentage funding of any probation department in the state, primarily, or at least in large part, because we've held the line. We have not said we're gonna just take on more and more and more expenses. The raises have been mechanically, there's a fund that we help subsidize probation. We've had that commitment for 30 years. And so they bill it against that and then backfill it with probation funds from the state.
When you mentioned the 4%, are you saying 4% based on discussions that we've had for what we were gonna do for our employees?
Correct.
Yeah.
Right, so if we decided 3%, then that conversation would be 3%. Okay.
Correct.
I didn't know if there was something built in
Oh,
where
no,
it had to be
no.
4%.
I should have not have assumed that, but yes,
No,
that's
no,
exactly.
I just wanna make sure.
And that's how the conversation goes, is we're part of the county family.
Yeah.
Treat us like the family.
Right.
And the trouble is, they're really not, they just live among us. And so, they're actually state employees. And so it makes it for a difficult discussion.
Yeah, I was kind of dumbfounded when I came into this position and we had that discussion. I thought, really? They're not our employees, they're the state's, yeah.
But they work in our building and
Yeah, and everything,
they
yeah.
drive our
They are, but they
vehicles.
are.
And they get our increases.
Yeah.
And then, but I never really, until Derek put it out, how it really, really works, and then we get back with, yeah. But it's
So-
crazy.
Some counties have not only done this, but also gave their employees more, at times. Mojave County has done that for quite a while. They took a philosophical approach. They are our family, we'll take care of them. Some of those counties now are saying, it's costing us $2-3 million a year to do this. State, why aren't you stepping up? My response is, you knew that when you bought the car. And if it's a valid decision to say, we're gonna take this on, they're part of our family. Just know there's a cost to it, and that cost may be ours forever.
I mean, do we buy their computers and support their computers and, all their supplies? I mean, think I see them driving our vehicles. Are they issued vehicles from the state, or do we provide those? What happened?
We provide them. The computers, I believe, come from AOC.
They have one device that's county down there.
One computer device.
One computer device that runs the camera systems.
But even their travel expenses or anything like that. I mean, are they covered under? Is it all state? I'm just kind of curious how connected they are, or how disconnected they are.
We had to have one computer, everybody's, normal devices is AOC.
Mm-hmm.
Directions, AOC or Superior Court. Funding, we put that money in towards it, they use some of that, but it's kind of their discretion
I
how
think
to
it's
use that money.
Yeah.
If it reimburses them and stuff.
The Prevention 601. We put money in there, but they use it kind of how they choose to.
Mainly just to cover the increases.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
They're not,
basically.
they're not abusing that.
That's
But-
a strange setup.
It is a very strange setup, and there's sort of the orphan children of budgets. So for example, when it appears that law enforcement, DPS is gonna get a substantial bump, their law enforcement. The court's got a huge bump. Superior Court judges got paid a lot, and then JPs and magistrates, everybody who goes underneath them, all got bumped as well. Probation sits in this strange middle where they're kind of quasi law enforcement, but no one thinks about them as law enforcement when it comes to budgeting. And yet, it's a very low cost way to manage a criminal population rather than incarcerating them. And so, but it doesn't change the dynamic that so, for example, Mojave County one year, the state said, we will reimburse 2%, and Mojave said, well, we're giving 4 or 5% this year, so they did that. Mojave County owns that 3% extra forever at this point, unless the legislature steps up and takes it back, which no one's holding their breath for. For us, it's, do we hold the line like Graham County, say, these are your people, you need to fund them? The worry always is that we got a pretty good cadre of mostly local folks right now. Do we lose them? Maybe. There's also this strange game where if one of our people goes to Graham County, AOC may fund that at the new higher wage, and then if one of theirs comes over here, they fund them at the new higher wage, but they don't necessarily guarantee wage increases. I didn't make the rules, I just have to live by them. And so, I don't know, I need an answer. I'd like to get some better information as we get into the first week in June and see if, but we'll have to make a decision by the 16th of June.
Yeah.
Well, we've always treated them like they are our employees, even though we're not paying them. But when we reward our employees, you know what I mean, with an increase, we've always included.
We have
included
except 1 year.
that 1 year.
Yeah, when the state first made this change to Senator Gowan, I think we gave it a 4% raise. They got 2, we gave them 2, and everybody else got 4.
Okay.
Because we were told that time, you will not get any other money.
Okay.
It's a very awkward situation. But what do you do?
But they know
Yeah,
the situation
no,
they're
yeah.
in too. You know.
Yeah. No, well, they've been here thanking us.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
remember.
Think about it, because we may or may not get an answer from the legislature before we have to decide on a budget. And there's a certain amount of risk. If we match the raise, we may own that raise. So,
Well, we're gonna adopt the tentative on the 16th, so we would have to have it built in there.
we'd have to have it built in by then.
But from the tentative to the final, I mean, we can go down, we just can't go
Go
up,
up.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So if we were to tentatively, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then,
Yeah.
but we would give us some more time
To
to, you know, for the
grab
legislature.
it back.
If we did put in the 4%, whatever, and included that into the tentative, but highlighted that to say that's not guaranteed, because we could take that out before we adopt
We
the
probably
final.
wanna go high and then, so we can go low.
Well, yeah, because you.
Build it in. The other thing is that once you adopt the final ceiling on a tentative budget, you can't go above it.
Right.
You can shift within it.
Right.
So if there's some money that you say, okay, we want to take 100 out of this fund and put it over here for probation, it can be done. So yes, we do have some time to
Just.
adjust.
Based on the legislature and all that good. kind of
Correct.
stuff. I mean, you would think by the 16th.
I would hope. There was a legislature once that at midnight on June 30th, they kept moving the clock back an hour or two at a time. They were till 4 in the morning. But they adopted technically a budget by the end of the midnight.
We could build it at the 4 and not have to change it on the final, and whatever we decide is entered through payroll anyways. So they, just cause it's built for 4 doesn't mean you have to put it in the system for 4. It could be a 2% increase, it could be no increase.
But
It's
budget-wise, we can
money
build it
they're
in.
not able to access
Right.
because it's through payroll.
No.
How many employees is it?
Like 6
6?
or 8. I have to look. It's small.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we have some,
Okay.
some time.
We can build from there. We got enough information to build budget from there.
Oh, yeah.
Next one is, as we're moving towards finding an IT director / CIO, we're proposing that we change the model. So back when we went to a third-party provider, we broke the budget out into everybody's budget. That way we could bill against that budget for a computer or a monitor or whatever. We tended to build them high, because we didn't know how it would work at first. That's primarily because our third-party provider couldn't authorize POs. What we're going to suggest this time is that we consolidate those IT budgets into our regular IT budget, and then allow this person we hire to manage those needs. So if they go into the school superintendent's office and you need a computer, then they'd get a computer, bill it to our IT. That's the way we always did it when we had our own in-house crew. It makes things smoother because that person would interface with BITS. Then they can develop the needs together, but the purchasing process would look more normal like it does for anything else.
Makes sense to me.
So if that's okay with you, we'll just consolidate that budget.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And the other piece with that, just as a little extra on that, is ideally that new person comes in, if it's consolidated, they get a full grasp of the Suffolk County, right? They see everything that comes through, so they know what each department is on IT services.
If you consolidate that, is there any possibility of there being infighting between departments because this department's spending a whole lot more than, or, I mean, it's not just one bucket, it's just centralized.
That possibility always exists, but again, we would rely on our third-party provider and our employee
Yeah,
to say, I know you want a new computer, yours is 1 year old, that one's 4 years old, we're gonna replace that one, yours will wait till next year. I mean, so that allocation of resources would be consolidated with the budget.
right, okay.
And we do, just for reference, we have some elected departments that their software costs are 4 times what others are.
Yeah.
Right.
That's very common, right, depending on what they're doing, the price is very dramatic. So, that's been ongoing for, since I've been here.
No, I think it's easier to manage when it's all in one place, I think.
So, we'll take that direction and build it in that way. Phone stipends. We've considered this for 2 or 3 years. We did not know till Gary pointed out that we have not changed our phone stipend since 2009 when we implemented it. At the time, the situation was another small county had been hit by the IRS. They were buying phones for their employees, and the employees were using them for their personal calls. Shocking. And the IRS said, you got to go in and take every phone bill and decide how many were personal, and then bill the employee for that. We looked at that and said, that's a nightmare. So instead, the county began to offer a subsidy. At the time, the subsidy covered about half the cost of a phone that would be replaced every 2 years. So it was $100 per year, $200 for half of a $400 phone 17 years ago. And we haven't addressed it since. Phones now are, what do we figure, about 900?
For your kind of front runner phone off the top end, but
And so, on the monthly part, again, there were 3 tiers. Management level who need, we require them to have access to their email, be available, you know, whenever they get text. That's elected officials, department heads, management types. There's a second tier that are on-call types, and a third tier that they need it, but it's not integral to their job. And the monthly amount reimbursed, I think, is 60, 40, and 20, isn't it? Those seem to actually make sense. If you look at monthly billing, one of the other things that's changed since 2009 is that you almost cannot buy a phone without a perk, an incentive, Netflix thrown in. You can't just hardly walk in and get a phone and a plan, just plain old vanilla off the shelf. But as near as we can tell, that same monthly structure would adequately cover about half to 60% of a monthly cost. For those at that top tier level, they're using their phones constantly for. Now, a couple of years ago, the board bought phones for sheriff's deputies because they're taking pictures of crime scenes and they didn't need their personal phone exposed. But for most of us, it's access to the data that we do our work. Our recommendation would be is that we increase the stipend from $100 a year to $225 a year. That would cover, again, about half the cost of a phone, and that the monthly stipends remain the same. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't wanna carry a second phone.
Okay.
That's why I still use my work phone.
Selfless gas, it's the same one I had then.
We could all carry 6 phones
And a pager.
and a pager.
And a pager.
I bet you teenagers have no idea what that even
They
means.
have no idea.
Okay, I hope you can see this because I don't see immediately where I can, blow it up any. But
Well, that bottom right hand corner, hit the plus sign.
is that where you do it?
Yeah. No, sorry.
Not that one.
More bottom right hand.
Right. Down,
All the way to the right. Down.
Oh, I can barely see it on mine. Okay, there we go. This is, for those of you familiar with it, this is our primary property tax rate calculation sheet. Last year we stayed just a little bit under our truth in taxation rate. This year we're suggesting we go to the T&T rate. There is talk, there was a bill introduced early in the legislature that would have frozen local revenue increases or changes. It kind of died out, but it's now become a House continuing resolution. In other words, it could be referred to the ballot. People I talked to last week seem to think it won't go to the ballot, and it may not hit property taxes the same way it would hit like fees or other revenue that some counties do. We don't do those other things. We don't charge an exorbitant amount for permits or inspections. And so for us, the primary concern was property tax. If this gets referred and if it gets passed, it's feel good for voters. They say, oh, you're not going to raise my taxes anymore. So there's a good chance it passes. The one question for us is, does it lock new construction? So we're recommending that we go with the T&T rate of 0.8967. That's the maximum we can go without holding a separate hearing and going above that rate. That's about where the board is most years. It's an increase over this. Thanks, guys.
you must be happy he's leaving.
Go get some more. There you go. It's an increase over last year's. If we had gone with the T&T rate last year, it would have been a 0.84 in that neighborhood. So it's a little bit higher. Down here, we use this for our own calculation purposes, but our assessed value is the 435. It's down from 463 million down to 435 million. So our assessed value goes down. As we know, assessed value goes down, tax rate goes up in order to gain the same amount of revenue. So our recommendation for the primary property tax rate is 0.8967. It would generate $3.9 million.
What was it last year?
Last year was 8036, and it generated $3.7 million. So this would be about $200,000 more of levy revenue.
And why are we reducing the flood control district from 24 to 19?
because that's the highest the state will allow us to do. They do we could go above it if
I
we
thought we
wanted
could go
to.
to 25.
What's that?
No,
0.25?
that's,
You can go, so this is the TNT rate.
Oh.
For the flood control.
Tied to the- Okay, okay.
We could go
okay.
above that rate, and we would then hold a hearing, same as we would for anything else, and then we could raise more money, and the statutory maximum is 25.
Did that change? I mean, I'm just, because I keep thinking that for a long time, we were at 25 and 25. I mean.
We were, and yes, and what happens is the assessed value went up,
Ah.
and so that TNT calculation brings your rate down.
Okay, okay.
And so, but yeah, that's the maximum we do without a TNT
Okay.
hearing,
No, that's good.
okay?
Yep.
The 25 is the maximum, and we can go there for the actual TNT rate is like 0.267, but we can't go that high. So we're maxed out on the 0.25 on the Public Health Services District. Any event that yields, not quite 1.1 million on the Public Health Services and 145,000 on the Flood Control District. Our combined tax rate would be 1.3391. We're gonna revisit the Flood Control District here in a few minutes, with some suggestions we have, and I'll explain why. But are you comfortable with the TNT rates?
I am.
I am.
Yep.
Okay.
Did we come in last in the state last year?
We were the lowest combined. We're not on the
Combined,
primary.
combined, yeah.
Combined, we're the lowest.
Combined, yeah.
And we won't know till everybody adopts their budgets, how we shake out.
I'd imagine that'd be the same this year.
Well, if we're not, we're going to blame Will.
Well,
New blood. New blood.
New blood.
there are some things,
Gotta
and
get blamed for something.
you've all watched the video that CSA produced. That was tremendously insightful into the very unique
Amazing.
budgeting circumstances that we have when we, deal with a one-horse economy. It shows up here. We've seen, I remember Graham County just set their hair on fire last year because they had a 50 million drop in their assessed value. We do that on a walk on Saturday.
Yeah.
We get used to it. We've seen over $100 million drop in our assessed value in a single year. And that's so many factors that we have no control over, we just don't worry about it.
Then those truck beds start rolling in.
Mhm.
Well,
Look out there by the corrals. You'll see 15 of them.
one of the things that I finally got straight in my mind today was, why is that you'll see down here that for FY27, our tax base, our assessed value for the flood control district is only 75 million, excuse me. Not the 435. That's because most of our tax base is centrally assessed personal property, trucks, truck beds, shovels,
Yep.
that kind of stuff. And those are not taxed for flood control. So you take all those things out and you have a much smaller tax base. It's only taxing the real estate. So, let's move over here to Schedule A.
Bigger trucks. Bigger.
So, this is a number we've highlighted mostly because we've been working on it, and the next topic, I'm gonna talk to you how we're addressing this. But as you come down here to the bottom of this, we're about $214,000 in the black. We've just added about $300,000 by way of the sheriff's budget. There's a couple of other requests one from the roads, one from Public Works, that we will build in as well. But that's close enough we could tweak to balance. It'll be a little harder, as we look forward, but we can get that to balance. That accounts for the 4% that the board directed we build into the budget. That also accounts for, it accounts for some of the new positions. So for example, this budget has one new admin assistant, not two, and it does not have that extra deputy, does it not?
No.
Okay,
Replacement deputy.
the replacement deputy, excuse me. Yes, the plug and play 12.
Yeah.
He's gone now, we can sit here.
Bada bing, bada bing, bada bing.
And so we will have to adjust that to account for those positions. Does it account for the
18,000?
18,000,
No, it doesn't.
doesn't account for the 18,000? How about the computerized shooting machine, any of those?
Nope.
So pretty much everything we talked about in the sheriff's budget, which was a total of right at 300,000, is not in that figure.
That's why I said, put it all in, and then we'll start. Nope, we gotta, yeah.
We will add it all in. We'll end up, that number automatically turns red when you get, underwater. So at that point, we do one of two things. We come back and say, do you really want to do that? Or do you want us to pull it out? Or do you want us to take it out of a different budget to fill that?
Yeah.
And that's something I'm adamant, that's what boards do. As we go back to that whole, discussion about the recorder lawsuit, the issue for county government, for board of supervisors is, the statutes make it clear, the only entity in the county who can make those relative decisions is the board. That's it. And so like right now, no one's saying to the legislature, you cannot cut the courts by 5%. You cannot cut the attorney general by 5%. No one's even had that conversation. That's what the litigation is bringing up, is does the board have the ability to say, we're gonna prioritize this expenditure and we're gonna cut that expenditure, or trim it, or whatever. So we'll come back and present our best way to try and get those things built in.
Okay, good.
The other thing that it accounts for, and I've got most of these color coded, I don't have one. We're gonna suggest several budget adjustments. The dynamics that the CSA staff talked about, make it very clear that there are times we are, full of extra money, and a year or two later, we'll be down some extra money. There's a cycle. It's a commodity. All commodities go through cycles. Copper right now is in its heyday. There's all kinds of new things being built with copper. The world supply is somewhat choked at the moment. And so things are good. But all of us who've lived in this community very long know that it's not always that way. I always tease that things are tight at the mine when they stop giving out shirts. Well, they're not giving out shirts. So what we're proposing is to take some of the cash that we've accumulated and use it for things that we would buy next year, but we'll use it this year. And I'll walk you through some. So right now, there's some surplus in the county attorney's office that he's unlikely to use between now and the end of the year. We think we can take 100,000.
Buy shirts.
To buy shirts. And we would combine that with some one-time savings. So we build in a fairly good cushion for defense costs, but there's a lot left in there where a month from the end of the year, we're not likely to use all of those defense costs. Even if there were a murder today, most of that's gonna fall into the next year. So we would shave some of the extra balance on these two funds and put it toward moving it to the Public Health Services District and pre-funding an ambulance. So that would be paid for in this year. We would purchase the ambulance next year.
And I don't mean to interrupt you, Derek, but at the Siegel meeting on Friday, it was brought up that if one could buy an ambulance with CDBG funds.
And I have no idea, because we've given our CDBG funds to the towns for 30 years. We don't get them. Some counties do. They get on, like Graham County goes rotation, Thatcher, Pima, Safford County, and they rotate it. We don't. We've always allowed Duncan and Clifton to volley
Have
back
the
and forth.
CDBG, yeah. It was just something that just sparked my mind and thought, maybe that's a way to get one.
So that's somewhat of an arbitrary number that we put in there. We know that our balloon payment at the end of each year is going up with the cost of inflation. And that is the amount we pay to cover the red for the ambulance service. Tony's looked at chassis replacement, so you lift the box off, put a new car underneath it, a new truck underneath it, and then rebuild the box. We believe we could save about 25 to 30% if we went that direction. But we also,
Don't we need to order another ambulance?
next year would be our rotation, yes.
Would it behoove us to possibly think about what kind of funds I'm not sure, what kind of funds Clifton and Duncan get from CDBG? What are they that we give to them?
I have no idea, because I mean, we could figure it out, but if you're asking for them to chip into our ambulance service,
Well, it's serving
serve all of them.
it's serving all of them.
it's certainly a question we could ask, and I would imagine that it would probably be met with a kind of a cold response, but I may be wrong. They rely on it.
Call the Duncan
If you
Town
call
Council right now.
911 and you need an ambulance, are you gonna complain?
Right.
Well, yeah. I don't know, it might be something for us to look into.
It's certainly a question that can be asked.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Um,
I'll follow up with Bertrice on that, Chris,
okay,
okay?
okay.
All right.
And if it is, then I won't ask the question until we have some idea
Yeah.
on that. But nevertheless, I would suggest that we skim some money out of those two funds and prepay or pre-fund an ambulance in the Public Health Services District.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
The other one is, if we were to take our general services, we build a big cushion in this one every year, because it's what happens if something big happens that we didn't anticipate. Litigation, for example. Our first year of litigation with the sheriff's office, we didn't budget for it. It came out of general services in that excess. It's the what if you didn't think about it happens, that's where it comes. But we've got to the end of this year, there's about $1 million that will not be used between now and the end of the year. So we would propose to take that and move it down here and extra fund our flood control district. Here's why I'm thinking about it. Gila County got hit with those horrible floods last winter. I understand FEMA has rejected their proposal. If you follow the FEMA news at all, FEMA is getting harder and harder to get funds out of. They're saying it's a local issue.
That's
Well,
Hawaii.
DEMA, the Department of Emergency Management,
Saw
Arizona.
it firsthand.
Yeah, we saw
I
it
mean,
firsthand, Maui.
100%.
Exactly. Well, they're getting stingy, and I say stingy, they're just getting very stringent at the state level. So Gila County is likely going out to get a bond for $18 million. They'll pay off over 10 years just to pay their share of the match. And now they're saying they're not, getting any. Our situation is a little bit different in that our major flooding likelihood is in the town of Duncan, in the town of Clifton. That's not to say we don't have some flooding problems, primarily up on the Blue and so forth. If we were to move this in there, we would have greater capacity to at least meet our needs in the short term, which is what we've always used this for. So if the road blows out into the Blue, we go fix the road. And then we apply for funds retroactively. We know that they're slower coming, and in some cases, they don't come at all. So our proposal would be to put about $1 million in the flood control district. It takes it out of our current cash, but it builds a reserve that if we don't have it there and a disaster happens, we're in a worse position to try and manage it.
That's a smart move, because if we learned anything from some of those sessions we sat in over there, we need to prepare. I
Right.
mean, these things, they're catastrophic, they just show up and poof, and you get caught.
We're in a good time right now
Yeah.
to prepare.
Exactly, yeah.
So it's not like we're at a
No,
deficit
that's a
trying-
good move.
And my worry is that the disaster comes when we aren't in as good a position.
Yes.
Yeah.
When our
Well, that's-
state shared sales tax revenue isn't as high as it's been.
Inevitably, that's when it's going to happen.
Because Murphy's still out and alive and well, and his law is still true.
We
So
might need to buy a bridge in New Mexico. You know what I mean?
it's possible. Or maybe one in Arkansas.
And that's only funny because we did.
And we still own it. Let's move here. This one's a little bit more complex.
Tell me that story later.
Okay.
We propose to take and sweep $400,000 out of the sheriff's office excess that he's unlikely to spend between now and the end of the year. And
Might be only 200,000 now. But
that's true. Well, maybe we should just hang on to it to pay for those
That'd be
the spending.
perfect right there. Be a wash.
So let's start this discussion down here on this $700,000. I'm gonna pull up another chart real quick. Hope I can find it, quick and easy. What am I doing here? So some of this would be education for Supervisor Warren that the other two lived through. So for years and years and years and years, 20 years or more, the public safety retirement system, our police officer pension, did not charge the county enough to cover all the benefits. What happened is that law enforcement unions, law enforcement representatives said, give us more benefits, give us more benefits. And they weren't taking enough money to pay for the benefits. So there ended up being this huge deficit. Ours was I think it was $3.4 million is how much we were in the hole. And so over the course of 3 years, we paid in $3.9 million to bring us up to even. That occurred about where those lines cross. What are these lines? The blue line represents the actuarial assumption of how much we will give raises to our law enforcement. And it's usually right about 3.1, 3.2. The gold line, or the orange line, represents what we actually did. Now, Renee gave me some updated numbers, but for illustration purposes, it explains why we dropped $700,000 behind. And Renee and I went through some extensive discussions to fully wrap our heads around why that happened. Beginning roughly in 2009, you'll recall, we gave a normal 3%, somewhere in that neighborhood. And then the pandemic hit, and you'll recall in 1 year, we did not give any raises.
2019, not 2009.
2019.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. Funny how a team makes a difference, doesn't it? We didn't give any raises. And so you'd think our actuarial liability would have gone down, but you recall that right after the pandemic hit, the stock market also crashed. It didn't crash, but it went down dramatically. Then the response was the Biden administration dumped a bunch of money into the economy through personal, essentially, refunds and, I mean, all kinds of stuff. There's lots of money in the economy in the attempts to try to keep the economy going. What did we do? We responded with higher raises to keep our employees from being hurt by inflation. So if inflation was 4, we tried to go 4. Sometimes it went 4.5. I mean, so essentially this gold line represents what we began to pay above the assumed rate of wage increase. What does that do? It creates a gap. This gap here went for, at 1 year we were at 94,000, we were at 97% I think funded, and our unfunded liability was about $100,000. And we were shocked to find just 2 years later it was up to $500,000. Currently it's at 700,000 on the latest actuarial account. And we couldn't figure out why, because we were nearly even. As a percentage, we dropped from 97% to 94%. So we're still in good shape. However, we've just approved a 4% raise and the assumed rate is 3%. So we're gonna create a bigger gap. We also just brought on a replacement officer. Yes.
Too full.
And so, so with that, we're creating a gap again. We're suggesting we pay that gap back down. Our initial suggestion is $700,000, which would bring us close to even. I think there's going to be a bump because in the last year and a half, the stock market has gone. It was over 50,000 again a few days ago. We're going to get some boost in our investments. They are actuarially smooth, so we don't see all of the upside that a market gives us. We're also limited in what kind of investments we can make. They're not speculative, but I think we'll get some boost. I will do some more work and tell you what I think is the right number, but for this purposes, we're going to scrape some money out of other funds and put $700,000 towards our unfunded liability.
Yes, well, that's good that the audience isn't here, because then they'd say, you ought to do that every year.
Yeah. What if we were to only transfer $750,000 to the flood control district rather than $1 million and fully fund this PSPRS. You know what I mean? We add another 250,000 to that 700,000 that we're talking about.
We believe that 700 will cover it, and probably cover it more than
Okay.
is necessary.
So we'll be at,
So our
100%.
actuarial, there's a whole lot of things can happen between now and then.
yeah,
But we believe we'd be paid up plus a slight bit more.
okay.
So,
All right.
and that's based on the number.
My
of PSPRS
assumption
cases.
was we were just getting close.
No, we think that would
We're
get
gonna
us
get to
back.
100, then
It would level us up.
Okay.
And we'll look at that again. We'll run some, they have some modelers where we can run it, and if it comes back that we need a little more or a little less, we will make that adjustment. That shows up, I feel like I'm long past your guys', I need to hurry up. So we would skim money here, we would skim some money out of our contingency and combine those to hit $700,000. We would also use 150 out of this skimming from contingency to help pay for our ambulance, to make that whole. And we'd take a small amount to pre-buy some fleet vehicles. So we would be scheduled to buy 2 cars next year. One to add to our fleet that you can check out and take travel with, another Blazer, and then a service truck with a bed for our Public Works Department. We put it out to state contract lots, Courtesy Chevrolet and another one, and we also asked Kempton to give us a bid. Kempton won those 2. They had the lower price, and they'll have them here by the end of the month. So if you want to, we could buy those now, and all we're doing is shifting a purchase from next year into this year with extra cash that we've got.
Makes sense to me.
I'm down with that.
In the process, we would also, Tony also looked, and he had scheduled for fiscal year '28 2 trucks for the road department. We would buy one now, not buy one in '27, and buy one in '28. Same thing. Kempton did not win that one. I think Courtesy won that one. But again, using that, all sources available, we've been able to save some money, and we can do that. So if you'd like, we can make those purchases now before the end of the year. And that'll use some of that cash now for needs we have next year. And the last one, make sure that's the last one. So this figure here, the 974,511, that's how much, and again, brief history. We got COVID money. We spent all of our COVID money. And what we did, we paid for salaries so that we would spend that within the time frame we needed to spend it. But we budgeted general fund budgets for all of those salaries. So it created a general fund bubble. That bubble is what we've been using for Loma Linda Park, Public Works Building, Fairgrounds projects. And so when we say we're using other people's money, we are. But technically that money's already gone. So what we're proposing to do is to move this out of the general fund where it's at now, and we've been chewing away at that as we buy grass and sprinklers and fencing and so forth. And we would move it down here into our capital improvement fund. We would bill it the same way, we would buy the same things, but it lowers our cash balance. And it then treats it like we have been using. We've been using it as a capital investment fund. It would just put it in there. We'll still bill against it. When it's gone, it's gone. And so, if that's all right with you, we would move that. Again, it's a cash moving process that helps our cash position, but we use it the same way. Next year will look the same, except the code on the PO would go to a different fund. Is that acceptable to you?
Good.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Okay. Then with that,
Define for me capital improvements fund.
what's that?
What would be a item for the capital improvement?
So a capital improvement, by definition, is something that costs over $100,000 and has an expected life expectancy of 5 years. That doesn't mean every purchase has to be over $100,000. So, for example, you build a baseball field and it's $500,000 to build a baseball field. We may may make a purchase for a pump that's only $10,000, but it goes to the capital project. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's just a capital project.
Correct.
It's like a WBS. You know,
Yes.
There you go. We would not buy, for example, fertilizer out of it. We'd bill that to our Parks and Rec department.
That'd be expense.
All right, we're almost done. I'm gonna skip the CIP presentation and make that later. It's basically, we put numbers to the things you've already given us priorities for. Some of those have lowered because we've spent some of the money that, and so the cost of the continuing project has gone down. But unless you wanna go through it tonight, I'll go through it in another meeting.
I mean,
We're gonna meet on the 2nd.
Yes, and we hope to have most of these questions answered by then. We hope. We may have to
Do we
arm
have any
wrestle the
other-
sheriff some more.
Any other department heads or anything talking to us on the 2nd?
Do we have any other department heads that need to come in, guys? I think we're pretty much, we've met, I say we,
Yeah.
me and the mouse and my flock. No, these guys have met with all the departments and electeds except the road department. And the only thing he wants over his normal budget is a grizzly shaker. Strange what you want for Christmas, isn't it? So the only other two things is, one of the policies you adopted, and if you say don't worry about it, then don't worry about it, but that's paying my bar dues for New Mexico. I paid it already, so if you say don't do that, it's already been done. I would write you a letter justifying why I think it would be, and long and short it is, we are neighboring New Mexico. We still run into issues from time to time. We were approached by Supervisor David from Graham County saying, why aren't you guys in the coalition Mexico, Arizona counties? I used my law degree, or my law license in New Mexico when that issue came up. It happens infrequently, but it's helpful at times.
How much is it?
$500?
yeah,
Do it.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
I will write that in, but our policy specifically requires the board to.
I need a
approve
bridge.
that. And then the last one is, when would you like to schedule my annual review? We could do that on the 2nd, we could do that on the 16th, we could do that into July, however you wanna do it. We could skip it, we could do it twice, we could do it, whatever you wanna do.
Can we move that June 3rd meeting, second up a little on the week?
June 2nd is a Tuesday, right?
Yeah.
Like move it to
Monday?
Monday?
No, move it further.
Oh,
Oh,
Further,
back
not
to
back,
the week?
further.
To the 9th?
I won't be here. I could join by Zoom perhaps. I will not be in the state at that time, or.
but
you
we
know what?
have to meet on the 16th.
16th.
We have to meet then.
If we don't meet on the 16th, we push back our final adoption from the 21st to the 28th, and we can't move our tax
Yes.
date.
Okay, I'm not saying that,
You're just thinking,
yeah,
Is there gonna be any leftovers?
can we get new leftovers? Because those have been around a week. I mean, already. Are you thinking
What day would you
Wednesday,
like?
yeah, maybe
Thursday?
further in the week, or do we have to meet on the 2nd? We don't, do we? Do we have anything else going on besides budget?
We would probably come to you with a request to purchase a mower for the Loma Linda Park. And I think a budget work session to wrap up the direction you've given us tonight. Those would be our primary things. Will things come in? Likely, maybe. Bianca shook her head no. She won't let anything else come in.
Could all that wait till the 16th and not have a meeting on the 2nd? You're gonna be gone, you said.
Well, but
Be
no,
on
the
the 16th.
The
Yeah.
16th, but
But
that's
I
when
would-
we adopt the tentative budget.
That's when we're done.
Oh,
And
So
it's
we have
hard
to
make
meet before then.
before then.
And we'd also need to approve the vehicles. So we're gonna let Kempton know to put our name on it, but we'd officially have to purchase them. That'll need to be done before the end of the month. So we could do that on the 9th or the 4th or 5th or whenever.
The 4th is tough because there's a big outage on the 4th.
Is there?
Yeah, for Metcalf, down day.
That's their 24-hour.
Yeah, but it's still 120 mechanics coming for that.
So if we moved it to the next week, then we'd be then
Yeah.
we'd be coming one,
But that's fine, I mean, I think,
Yeah,
what if we gave, it was the ninth? If we
Ninth?
did it, if we did it on the ninth?
yes, and either I can zoom in or these two can manage it. I mean,
because it's just the
got a
certain
flight
items
today?
you're talking about that we have to approve.
What'd you say?
I'll have a flight on the night, so I'll be able to catch it.
Oh.
What time it is.
Okay.
I mean, if that works for the board, then we'll figure out a way to make it work.
We can still do something with Zoom or something. One of us can get on.
Yep. I mean, honestly, let's be honest, I'll be honest, the fine tuning is gonna be Renee.
You got it.
I know.
So do we wanna decide right now that we're not gonna meet on the second, that we'll meet on the?
Next week, I'm free on the tenth, that's the one day on.
Let's do
Well,
it on
let's
the
go for the
10th.
10th.
do the
Let's
10th.
Let's
move
go
it to
for
the
the middle of the
Actually,
week.
we can do the tenth, can you do the tenth, Renee, next week?
It's
The
2
following-
weeks from now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry,
June
Okay.
10th?
June tenth.
Good. My birthday's the 8th, so that gives me more time to drink more beer.
That's my sister's.
Muchos años.
All right. The 10th, we're good. Oh, is that good for you, Bianca? No?
I'm not sure. I have my ballots coming in, so I'll probably be testing down at the elections building between my ballots and my program.
On the 10th?
Just that week.
Oh, that whole week.
But we could certainly get
Somebody to
Laura
clerk.
to
Yeah,
Yeah.
A little cross training.
Yeah.
indeed, prove it can be done.
He talked about that in his budget, didn't he?
He did say something about that.
Okay.
Okay,
It's been an intentional thing for several
so
years.
we're gonna move the second to
The 10th.
the 10th.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good?
Make sure you give us a reminder on the 9th.
and the time, I sure will.
And is 8 o'clock fine? We are not gonna have a 3-hour budget work
Yeah.
session.
Yeah, that's fine.
That fine?
Yeah.
Okay. We're good.
Okay,
And
Okay.
this is 8 a.m.
That works good.
at 8 AM on the 10th?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
1 hour budget session?
Maybe less.
Probably.
Total.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think if we can incorporate all the directions you've given us tonight, then yeah,
I
we
think
can.
it'll be pretty much done by then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Most of the car approvals and stuff.
Yeah, Renee will have it all put together and everything.
Say, let's go.
Okay,
All right.
great. Thank you, thank you.
What do we wanna do about that other, the request by the sheriff for the new DO detention liaison officer?
We decided to put that in blue tonight.
Ours, did we?
Yes.
Yeah, we decided
Yeah.
that we'll build it with it in it, but you haven't given us final direction on that.
That's-
Everything
I
else.
mean, it's
you
only
said yes.
20,005, 6, you know.
That's why I talked about
20,560.
creep. You
I
know,
know.
you
Scope
build
creep.
budgets by
We'll
20,000.
Put that on the chopper if it, you know, if it deems necessary to.
Okay,
to chop.
so if we get down and we're 20K out, that position's gone.
I think so.
Don't tell them that, Ron, they'll doctor the numbers.
It's the one,
Doctor the numbers.
it's the one, that's the one for,
The DPS?
Yeah,
It's the
D-
one that.
Yes, the
yeah,
DPS,
for
yeah,
the
75K.
Yeah.
Reporting or
Yeah,
whatever,
yeah.
the grant's been there forever, we've never done it, we've never used it.
I don't know that we have that, I don't know how it, well, we already had the argument.
I kinda want that job, that kinda sounds fun, you know, just
It could be.
travel around, go do ride-alongs, sounds alright. Okay,
all right. Oh, okay, so
I think we're done. Thank
we're
you.
done.
we're not done until.
Thank you, thank you.
Chairman says we're done.
This meeting's adjourned.
Now we're done. Thank you so much.
Left early.
Hey, thank you for rearranging this meeting.